robbers and the crooks.
Well, actually...
Yeah, I'm watching the rise, and I wouldn't say I'm shocked, cause I'm hardly surprised. This one's for the ride, this one's for who knew I'd make it, just needed some time. This one's for my wife, could've left 1,000 times just about my side. This one's for the grind, I knew it would happen, just had the strength in my mind. To the videos, they thought I was a black guy. That's hard to get over. I'm foreigner in the sport, but I'm fully devoted. I don't take it for granted that the door's been open. I knew I was different, I knew I was chosen. A breadwinner, but I'm soft-spoken. Authentic like a 5950 and there's no cap. Let's have a toast to that. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Have a toast for the They done baptized the bad guy. Still don't follow religion. The fabric's not average. The cotton's Egyptian. 500 for the shoes come dirty, but the European. Less is more and less is the bank. Up the score, I pull up from trade. From the tray, I'm ballin' like Trey. Do what I can, I do what you can't. I wrote this 30,000 feet up. 10 toes stay G'd up. I'm tryna get that type of wealth, like a house on the hills can't see us. Say the money still me up. Stay humble, stay teed up. I don't tell you how to live, so don't hit me with no weak stuff. And if you know the deal, then you know the deal. If it's real, then you know.
Yo, what's going on, y'all? This your man Marcus A. Brown, and I'm here to tell y'all that I just got done with my first consultation with the brother Andre of Love Crossing Borders. I just wanted to give him his praises. I need y'all to do 2 things if you haven't already. If you haven't, subscribe to his YouTube channel, Love Crossing Borders. Also, if you are going to Colombia, if you're thinking of going anywhere, traveling internationally, please consider booking a consultation with the OG Andre of Love Crossing Borders. You will not be disappointed. I'm a fan of the channel, so I booked a 2-hour session just to show support, just to show love and say what's up. He provided a wealth of information, way more than I was even expected. He has an excellent presentation. So I just wanted to let y'all know you will not be disappointed. Book the consultation, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already. Dre, man, I appreciate you. I will be out in Colombia, and I look forward to linking up with you. And y'all, get in tune with him if you haven't already. Tell him MAB sent you. Peace.
Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real. Let's have a toast for the real ones. Let's have a toast for the real.
Where are all the black men? And I'm not talking about the scammers, the drug dealers, the robbers, and the crooks.
Well, actually...
Shout out. It is Friday. We made it to the weekend, gentlemen. We have officially made it. Living for the weekend. Yes, sir. We've officially made it to the weekend. So let's celebrate this first day of the week, Friday, with Friday here with Andre and Andre's Love Crossing Borders. We got a great topic tonight, and I want to hear you guys' opinion. That's why I put it in question form. Should Andre and I move to the United States? We're going to talk about clone of the night in a minute. But should Andre and I consider moving to the United States of America? You've heard us talk about all the other countries from the continent of Africa to Asia, parts of Europe, as well as South and Central America. But we rarely talk about why we should or shouldn't relocate to the United States. Shout out to all you guys that are here. And shout out to my man Gary with the $5 love straight out on Cash App. Appreciate you, brother. And I'm going to get to the super chats and the shout outs in a second. But this is very important because I kept running across 3 things when I asked myself that, and we were considering this. I kept running across 3 signs. Signs that I shouldn't, signs that I couldn't, and signs that I wouldn't. So you guys are going to have to help me overcome tonight. This is all about you guys. You're going to have to help me overcome the fact that I have continued to see signs that I shouldn't move back to the States, that I couldn't move back to the States, and that I wouldn't move back to the States. So you guys are going to have to give me some reasons why I should move my wife back to United States. I know it's going to be hard for many of you guys, but I'm here to hear what you guys have to say in regards to this particular topic this evening on Andre and Andre's Love Crossing Borders. But we're going to get started with the shout outs. I still got a bunch of brothers to send invitations to as well. So I'll be doing that tonight as well as doing the shout out. Shout out to all you guys that are here. We got 36 in the building. Appreciate you gentlemen being here. Let me scroll and hit the super chats first, such as my man Chill Will, gifting brother. Shout out to you for gifting the gentleman in regards to a membership with Andre and Andre's Love Crossing Borders. We appreciate that, gentlemen. We really do. We appreciate all your support. We do not take anything for granted. I'm going to tell you something, guys. I'm one of them brothers, man. I don't take nothing for granted. Nothing. Good days, bad days. Today, will tomorrow get here? I don't take anything for granted. Everything that I have in life ever since I got out of prison, I appreciate. I couldn't do what Diddy did. Going to prison, that ain't fun. It ain't cute. Shout out to once again to Chill with the Will with the $10 salutations, Andre and Andrea and chat family. He says going to be another banger. Oh, we're gonna have some fun with this one. He say, I'll say this. Once you relocate, and Will has relocated here to Colombia, so yes, Will is officially a relocator. He's one of those guys that goes back to the States on business, but comes back home to Colombia. You will not want to move back to the States unless it's necessary. You get treated better abroad. He is 100% correct.
Get that back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
I am from Detroit. He is still 100% correct. Shout out to my man AMFSM, a man supporting men. I love that, brother. He says, posted your reasons why men don't initiate breakups on my IG. Good one. He said, I looked at the comments and saw that men would rather be miserable than broken happy. Yep, men would rather be miserable than broke and happy. For real. Guys, and that's what they desire. They think that there's no other way. So they rather be in misery. In other words, men aren't the ones that initiate the breakups. It's the ladies that do. Men aren't necessarily allowing happiness to come as long as we can be fruitful. Yep. And my man Chill with Will says this. He said, no, what do you plan to gain or lose? That's the question. He's asking me, Dre, what's the plan? What is the pros and cons? I heard a guy say this the other day, guys. This is very good in regards to what country you decide that you want to move to. This is very good. Let me turn this down a little bit because this is loud. He said, do this. And this was great how he said this. He said, put up a list of the pros and cons of the United States. You know, your pros might be your finances. Like I always say, the 4 F's: finances, family, friends, meaning your comfort zone, and fears, things that you may worry about if you leave outside the United States. So I would say four pros that you can put down as maybe some things you might be worrying about: your family, your friends, being your comfort zone, and your finances. Now you got to put together some more pros and put together the cons of the United States. He said, then do this. Whatever country you're thinking about moving to, put the pros and the cons down, at least by what you know. You don't got to guess nothing, but by what you know. If the pros of the United States outweigh the pros of that new country or countries, go ahead, stay in the States. If the cons of the United States outweigh the cons of the new country, get the hell up out that. Get the hell out the United States. Because now you realize that there are countries out there that are worth more for you to travel to and live in than it would be the cons of just staying in the States. Pros and cons of the state, pros and cons of the new countries that you're thinking about. And if the cons of the United States outweigh the cons of a new country, you might as well go ahead and move to that new country. And I liked how he did that analogy. That was really good. Once again, shout out to my man Gary, them Indiana boys, them Hoosiers / Boilermakers. Shout out to you, brother, with the $5 love on the Cash App. Appreciate you, brother. Let me scroll back up and show all the rest of you gentlemen some love, such as my man Don, the Don JP. Don JP was the first one here this evening. He said, good evening, Andre and Andre chat family. He said, my answer / question would be for what? Dre, talk to me. Why would you even bring Andrea there? The grass is greener outside of the Matrix. The grass is greener outside of the Matrix. Tevin says this. He said, greetings, Andre and happy family. He said, to my favorite couple on YouTube, shout out to you, brother. He said, for those that are just arriving, please smash that like button on your way in. Absolutely correct. Because guys, we don't just say that. Smashing the like button is almost as if you're sending an invitation out to somebody else to come watch the live stream with us. That's exactly what the like button is for. The like button hits the algorithm. The algorithm reaches out to other people and say, hey, you need to come watch this live stream. And that's why the like button is so important, such as being Rico is so important to the channel. Shout out to my brother Rico, being so importante. Shout out to you and my brother Kenny people. Shout out to Kenny. Yes, sir, Ken. Appreciate you. And I got the videos that you sent me over the last couple of days as well. Some real good ones, too. He said, Dre, another banger. Yes, we're going to have some fun. And my brother, I must be doing something right tonight. My brother Thelonious is in the building. Shout out to you being here. Shout out to you being here. And Black Man Empowerment 0140, that is. Glad to see that you're here. He say, Dre, hell no, don't do it, Dre. Fuck no, don't do it to yourself, Dre. Don't do it. Don't do it. Like I said, I kept coming up with 3 conclusions. My first sign or conclusion was that I shouldn't do it. The second one is that I couldn't do it. And the third conclusion I kept coming up with is I wouldn't do it. And so I need some reasonings why I should move back to the United States, because we American for the most part, except for those that are in other countries. Shout out to all my brothers and sisters in other countries. But for the most part that watch our content are from the U.S. So you telling me you can't convince me on why I should take my lovely wife and move to the United States. It should be easy. We always say we're the number one country in this, we're the number one country of that. We got the best military. Our GDP is always growing. We're the ones that caused the gold to go over 4,000 per ounce since the first time in human history. Oh, come on, we doing it. We're doing it. Why shouldn't I go back to the States, man? This is the time. This crypto. We got President Trump. Come on, half of y'all Republicans. So President Trump is in office. This is a great time to go back to the States, right? I'm serious. Y'all gonna have to convince me on why I shouldn't go back. Not just saying hell no. Let me know why I should not go back to the States. Shout out to my man Raymond Turner of the Turner family in the building. He said good morning to some and good evening to others. Yes, sir. To everyone. Grumpy old man media is in the building. He said you're not that crazy. I's crazy, but I's not that crazy. We'll see, man. I need you guys' help. Poor man 313.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Shout out to them Detroit boys. I was disappointed by the Lions losing, getting smashed by Kansas City the other night, but that doesn't mean it's with the Super Bowl. That just means that the Lions know they got work to do. The Lions needed that. They need to be brought down a peg and let them realize there's still work to do before you get to the Super Bowl. So shout out to the Lions and shout out to them 313 boys. Yes, sir. Shout out to all you gentlemen that are here. Let me scroll down a little bit more. Mr. Darkest, the navigator, that is. The navigator is in the building. He say, no convincing. He said, I'm trying to leave. He said, I ain't going to try to convince you, Dre, to stay or come back when I know I'm trying to leave. Rico said, once I leave the Matrix, I ain't coming back. I am not coming back. And once again, shout out to Chill with Will. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you, brother. And my man Raymond says this. He said, I want to move to Eastern Europe or Southeast Asia. When I do, I'm not coming back. Dre, stop it. We're not coming back. Don't stop acting like it. Don't pretend like it. We're not going to pretend like it. Yes, sir. And my man Rex is in the building. Shout out to Rex. He said, hell no, Dre, don't do it. His no. Don't do it, Dre. Don't do it. E-Man in the building. E-Man says the same thing. Both of you gentlemen have said no. The resounding reason all you guys are saying the same thing. He said, it's Friday and I have a drink in hand. I have a drink of water in hand tonight. I'm having a drink of water. But I'm throwing off this, like I said, man, I'm on a journey. I've already lost about a good 11 to 14 pounds since my last exam last week. And so I'm on this journey. I've been doing my fasting. I've been eating a lot healthier, man. Cut out the sugars, cut out the breads. You know, it's just been good, man. Andre and I are doing really, really great, man. We are so excited about 2026. I don't know what's in the air. I don't know what's around the corner. Cloud engineering, that's one thing, but you guys are another thing. But it's just something in the air in this house that let us know that we are finally come around the corner into the land of blessings. So I'm excited for it. So taking care of our health is very important at this time period for us. Shout out to Twan in the building, Mr. Hooks in the building. Salute to you as well, kind sir. Salute to you. Glad to see that you are here. Really am. And my man E-Man says salute, and I'm saluting to you, brothers, as well. Glad to see that you're here. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He says, stay where you are. Ain't nothing good here right now. No order. No order. Not now. Don't come here now, Dre. No order. Shout out to Julian being in the building. Shout out to Jay. Jason, fuck no. Don't come back here with that tomfoolery, Dre. No. Yes, sir. Salute to all you brothers. Salute from my brother Ronan over there on the other side of the world. Salute to you as well. Glad to see that you're having a wonderful morning. To my brother Andre, shout out to all of us October Libras. Shout out to you, gentlemen. September, October Libras in the building. And my man, your rent is due 22. He say, but Andre, me love America. Me no black, me OJ.
I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay.
Hey, I understand that, but this is me.
Can't you see I got a passport? Hey, I got a passport.
Yeah, we got passports around here. Bring that beat back, Dre.
Can't you see I got a passport? Hey, I got a passport.
Yes, sir. We doing passports around here. Yes, sir. He say, Andre, me love America. Shout out to you. My man Will says this. He said, I respect all you brothers and sisters who want to do better for themselves. Respect your passport. Respect your country, the country you intend to start your new life. That is an excellent point. A lot of us have a tendency of not realizing that once we leave the United States, we still have to respect the countries that we're going to. We still got to walk around and act like we got some sense. You don't get locked up in the States, don't get locked up in another country. You don't get into arguments with women in the States, don't get into arguments with women in other countries. You ain't got no issues. You ain't on no drugs in the States. Don't get a drug habit when you're in a new country. Our journey when it comes to these new countries, brothers, is to make life better for us. Not perfect. I'm going to say this by experience, and a lot of you guys who live in other countries can attest to this. Life is not perfect. Life, when you're in another country, ain't fair, and life is not perfect. You have some days where it feels like a rainy day when you're living in another country. It's just being honest. But they don't feel like the rainy days like in the States. Sunny days, everybody loves them. Can you stand the rain? Storms will come. This we know for sure. I mean, you're gonna have some stormy days. But I kid you not, brother, and all you guys that live in other countries can attest to this. The stormy days that you have outside the United States seem like they're a lot smoother to deal with than when you're in the United States. Men in the United States, as well as other countries, but men, for example, us men in the United States, we have a tendency of not getting a checkup. Do you notice how many of us that travel we go to the dentist? Now we're getting bodies examined in other countries. We're getting MRI. Some of you guys that are veterans taking advantage of medical hospitals for veterans in other countries. You're like, what? That country's got medical for US? Or what? That country? And so you're taking advantage of medical opportunities outside of the United States in hospitals that are set up for veterans. We're doing things now, man, that at one point in time, we weren't even considering thinking because it was so expensive to do just to get a checkup in the States. And then you got to wait forever in the States at a medical clinic. Not including the hour that it took for you to drive from point A to point B, 45 minutes to drive from point A to point B. So when I say if I get the flu, bruh, I don't know what it is, but it feels a lot smoother to deal with the flu outside the States than it does in the States. The medication that you get you need a doctor prescription in the States, bruh, you can go to the pharmacy and get a shot for that at the pharmacy. And you come out the pharmacy with superpowers. Or in many countries, you can get house calls for next to nothing. I ain't never even thought, I'm gonna tell y'all something real. I thought house calls were for the well off or the rich. I never thought that I'd be in a position where I'm getting house calls. The doctors are knocking on the door, ringing the doorbell. I thought that was for like the mega rich, Jay-Z and all them. But when you go to other countries, man, and you know that your money goes a lot further, I won't lie, man, it makes it a lot smoother when you're dealing with a storm. Some of you guys, man, with the government layoffs, if you work for the government or you work for a company that had government contracts, you don't know where what's going to happen to your job. Man, I ain't gonna lie to you. Your $2,500, $2,000, $1,800 rent with this government shutdown, that's tight. But to be in a country where your rent is like $625, or some of you guys, you got rent because you rent a whole house and it's less than $1,000, and it don't feel as rough, does it? You don't feel that sting when your rent is only $625. You don't feel that sting like your rent is $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 for your mortgage. Y'all feel that sting. If that paycheck missing, woo. So for some of you guys that are living outside the United States, I'm glad for you. The guys that are considering to live outside the United States, I'm glad for you too, because once you leave out the States, I'm telling you, man, the sting of life just does not sting like it used to. You know the only place where the Bible says that you're supposed to feel a sting, or that there's a sting that comes, just a quick sting. The only place where the Bible says that there is a sting that happens, not a major sting, not nothing that's going to throw you off, but it's a sting. The Bible says, "O death, where is your sting?" That's the only place that it's supposed to be something that's sudden, that bam, when it happens, when it's your moment in time, whether it took you a few weeks to die, or it took you a few months to die, or whether you died like bam, like D'Angelo. That's that quick life sting, the end of this version of life, and you're going to the next version of life, right? That's the only time your life is supposed to technically sting. But I ain't gonna lie, man, living in the States, I was always feeling the sting of economics, the sting of how the ladies are, the sting of this situation, of politics, the sting of racism, the sting of this, the sting of that. I'm like, man, I'm tired of just being stung by these hornets. If anything, one of the reasons I left the States, man, I just got tired of being stung by the hornets of life, bruh. For real. When the Bible only says the only thing that's supposed to feel like it's a sudden sting is death itself. Nowhere else does God say, I'm gonna have your life full of hornets. Let's continue on, brothers. Shout out to Jamon in the building. Glad to see you here, big bro. Glad to see you here as well. Julian says this. He said, ain't nothing good here at all. I'm trying to come back. I'm telling you now. If y'all give me at least 3 good reasons to come back, we on our way. We on our way in a canoe. We coming in a canoe. We ain't gonna even get on a boat. Get on a plane. We're gonna canoe over there because your reasons gotta be so good that I'm willing to get a canoe and come back to the States on a canoe across the Atlantic Ocean. I'll be looking at Cuba, just canoeing past Cuba on my way back to the States. Shout out to Florida. All I got to do is make it to Key West. I like Key West. Make it to Key West, and I'm good. Shout out to Key West. Did you hear about Spain and Puerto Rico? Puerto Rico said they're trying to leave the United States and become a province of Spain once again. They were a Spanish province at one point in time. Seriously, you can look it up. Puerto Rico have been negotiating with Spain and the United States to leave the United States because they get taxation, but they don't get representation. No representation. Yes, sir. Puerto Rico says, shout out to my man Aiken in the building. Glad to see you here, brother. Salute to you as well, sir. Salute to you as well. Glad to see that you're here. You know what I'm saying? He said, no, brother, don't do it. I'm telling you, Dre, don't do it. Raymond says this. He said, you do better. He said, Dre, you better not come back here. Don't be dragging Andre across the water. He said, Dre, stop the cap. You ain't never doing it. Maybe not. Like I said, it's you guys' job to convince me. All you guys that are still in the States, come on, y'all got to give me a reason to come back. I mean, y'all should be giving me the same reasons that the immigrants are coming over there. All the 11 million immigrants that came over there. Give me some of those reasons why the immigrants came. Something. Rico says this. He said, hell no, Dre. He said, you are. He said, you are where we need to be. You are saying, he said, I'm going to answer that now before you go into details. Hell to the no, to the no. Hell to the no. Hell to the... I feel you, brother. Come on, man. Me and Andre trying to move to the States. Y'all got to convince us not to come or convince us to come. Y'all got to give me some good reasons why we should come. He said, Bobby Coltrane of the Coltrane family says this. He said, I'm sorry I'm late. He said, but I'm still headed home and I'm watching you all on the phone right now. Shout out to you, brother. Drive safely. We're here even when you get to the house. Yes, sir. We're here when you get to the house. And my man Black Lex in the building. Yes, sir. 1971, them 71 boys. He said, you ain't never, ever coming back to the States. Hey, man, you never know, man. They might be offering me a certain amount of proceeds. Economic opportunities might be on the horizon. So I'm asking you guys now, before I even do all that, I'm asking you gentlemen now, should I go back? And give me some good reasons why I should be. Shout out to Almost Retired in the building. Glad to see my dude here. Glad to see you here. We got 59 people in the building. Click that like button, gentlemen, if you don't mind. We like you. Make sure that you like us too. Shout out to all you guys. Almost Retired says, there is absolutely no reason to come back to the United States. Don't do it or even consider it. Just return back to the USA. He said, just return from the USA from Puerto Rico. We just talking about Puerto Rico yesterday. And the vibe here is crazy. We're going to look at that. It's kind of funny that you would say that. We're going to be looking at videos tonight that kind of discusses that. That discusses the fact that right now it's looking kind of crazy in the States. And when the more you leave, the crazier it looks. Here's the thing that makes the United States problematic for me. My United States doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't. I wish I could sit back and say that it does, but it doesn't. The United States of 2016, 2017 is gone. Never to be seen again. Pre-COVID United States, gone. Shout out to, so yeah, I feel where you're coming from, brother. Will says this. He said, shout out to Will with the $2 love. He said, now what do you plan to gain or lose with coming back from the States? Coming back to the States, maybe some financial gains, some time with family and friends. We ain't got no kids, so I can't say watch the grandkids grow up. I don't got no kids yet. Hang out with you guys. See what life is like under the Trump administration. I'm missing out. I might be missing out on something that I don't realize. Life under the Trump administration. I missed under the Biden administration, and I missed under the first Trump administration. I might be missing something historical by living outside the United States. I don't know. I gotta find out. He man says this. He said, as I've gotten older, I'm with you. I don't take anything for granted. Absolutely for real. As I get older, man, I don't take my days for granted. I appreciate them. I really do. Shout out with the salute to Ronan as well. Yes, sir. Love the content. Ronan always gives us great content. Make sure you drop your channel, Ronan. Your channel, Fearless just dropped the video, and I know he just dropped he's working with a new channel. So make sure that we support Fearless by dropping the link to his channel, and as well as our brother Black Man Travel. Make sure you drop the link to each one of you guys' channel, if you don't mind, brother. Appreciate you. My boy in the building, Jay Fleming. Salute to you as well, sir. Salute to you as well. Yes, sir. Glad to see you here. And my man Gary, always showing the love. Like I said, them Indiana boys in the building. That's what we do. Them Hoosiers. Yes, sir. Them Boilermakers. Yes, sir. Those we got the Hoosiers, the Boilermakers, and I keep forgetting Notre Dame. Shout out to Notre Dame up there in Elkhart. Shout out to Notre Dame out there in Elkhart, Indiana. I used to hang out in I can't think of one of the college areas I didn't like hanging out in. I like hanging out in Terre Haute with the Hoosiers. I like hanging out where you are in Lafayette with the Purdue Boilermakers. And I liked hanging out in Elkhart up there where Notre Dame is located. So shout out to you guys, man. Shout out to you. Let me scroll down a little further. We got 60 people in the building. Appreciate you guys being here. We got my man Demetrius in the building, Mr. James. In the year of our Lord, 2025, that is. Mr. James said, I'm still trying to get out of here, get out of the United States for good, in the words of Dr. Umar, for good. And my man Mark in the building. Shout to my Mark being in the building. He says this, hello to you, Brother Andre. He said, in everyone, in my opinion, he said, I would never want to come back to America. He said, never. Few of you guys have said that. You've used the word never in your analogy. And even though we don't sell America, I mean, we don't. One of the things that I noticed that Ronan and most of us content creators try not to do, we try not to oversell living in other countries. We don't tell you that there are not going to be sick days. We don't tell you that there aren't going to be days where you have disappointments. We don't tell you that there are going to be days. We try not to sell it like, yeah, you and your girl going to always agree every day, and there's going to be a bed of roses and flowers every day, and you won't have days where you're sick or under the weather. We try not to sell that. And I notice most content creators, we all are in agreement with that. We try not to oversell leaving the United States. So when you hear us tell you the benefits of living outside the United States, you better believe these benefits are existing, and they're real. They're real. We're not exaggerating. We're not overselling. We're not trying to bring this, not an episodes to tear down the United States, but we're coming with facts. You're going to hear people talk tonight in regards to some facts and some stats regarding the United States. That's one thing that I can say that I've been proud of most content creators. When you hear us say something about a country, you better believe we are not overselling it, because we tell you the good, the bad, and the ugly parts of every country. You can find YouTubers that can tell you good things about Thailand and tell you some troublesome things about Thailand. You got some guys that can tell you about some good things about Colombia or Brazil, or they can tell you about, like we do, and like BC Rob and Razor Ray, they also tell you about some of the problematic or challenging things about South America. So do realize, man, that's the balance that I really appreciate how we've been doing when it comes to content and telling guys about relocation. Julian says this. Shout to Julian in the building. Julian says, once again, he said, do not make no list coming back to the United States. He said, it's not an option, I guess, unless you have to. You know, I know with cloud engineering, I know that there will be a time where I'll have to come back to the States maybe for a couple of weeks or a month, depending on how long it takes for me to get set up to start doing everything globally. Let's say I got hired, and then I have to go back to the States, have the company ship me the computer, get everything set up to where I'd be able to travel globally with the VPN and all that stuff that, you know, you guys who are part of Class 7, Class 5, Class 6, that you guys already know how to use to be able to travel and be a cloud engineer internationally. So I know that there'll come a time where I have to spend a couple weeks to a month in the States. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to it, but I do know that exists. But other than that, yeah, Julian, like Julian said, he said don't need to make a list to come back. He said don't need to make a list to even come back. Don't even make a list to come back. Shout out to Rico and shout out to Bobby C being in the building, Mr. Coltrane himself. Shout out to Jay, man. Jay's here. Jay says this. He said, man, if I ever had to make it back to the States, I will be in deep depression. We're going to talk about that tonight. He said I would feel like a failure. I'm glad that you mentioned that. That's one. I went through that myself. Let me change the music for us, guys. I know we're doing a few intros. I know we got 62 people in the building. Shout out to all you guys by way of PayPal, Cash App, Super Chats. Appreciate all that you do for the channel. Let me change the music real quick and lower it down. Check it out, man. You guys have heard me tell the story of when I did go back to the States. And this, I was going back and forth, and I was still working in the States. My lease was up, so I gave up my apartment. I told my boy that, no, this wasn't that time period. This is what happened. I have land in Tennessee. Me, my sisters, my two sisters, my three sisters, we inherited land in Tennessee. Like, 50, 60 acres of land, right? So we were going through the negotiations of splitting up the land with the rest of the family. So I had to be in the States for like a month. So I was talking to my boy back in Tampa, and he said, I was telling myself, I'm coming back to the States. I got business to take care of. And he said, I said, I'm looking for Airbnb or, short term, or rent me a room somewhere. And he said, bruh, you ain't got to do all that, man. You can sleep on my couch, Dre. Come on, it's just me. And I said, you sure? I said, because I could always rent a place for like a month while I'm there. He said, no, Dre, don't waste your money on doing that, man. He said, man, he said, plus we get to hang out. I don't get a chance to see you no more. We get to hang out. And so, and he was inspirational to me, and I was inspirational to him when it came to, we had just started YouTube. So this was like in 2018, early 2019. And so I went back, take care of business, things like that. Had to go to Tennessee, go to court in regards to negotiating who gets what piece of property, and are we going to sell it? Are we going to auction this off, this plot of land off? Because we had so many companies that was offering us. Tyson Foods wanted to buy our land, and it was just big negotiations, right? And so I'm sleeping on my boy's couch, man. And so I was like, you know what? Let me give me a temporary job so I could not be bored. So I got me a temporary job, and I'm getting the YouTube off the ground. And it was just to keep from being bored. And I remember I came home from work one day, and I'm sitting on this couch, and I was depressed. I mean, I'm depressed. He said, "What's up, Dre?" And some of you guys have heard me tell this story. He was like, "Dre, what's the matter, bro?" I said, man, I'm 51 years old, man. I'm sleeping on another man's couch. Man, my life is a failure. He said, "Fool, what?" I say, man, my life is a failure, bro. I'm sleeping on your couch. He said, man, I say, I'm too old to be sleeping on another man's couch. He said, bro, if you don't shut up, he said, do you know how many people wish that they lived outside the United States? He said, bro, you got a woman that loves you outside the United States. You got all your clothes. You own a vehicle. You got a driver's. He said, bro, you got everything that a person would need to have you got your own apartment. Your place is furnished. You don't owe nobody no money. You ain't got no debtors calling you. Ain't nobody checking you on no credit lines. Ain't nobody trying to scam you by trying to sell you. So he said, bro, you supposed to be on the couch. The United States is no longer a place where you live. He said, you just here like you to take care of business. Take care of business with this land and go back home. It ain't supposed to feel like home no more. And he had an excellent point. The United States was not supposed to feel like home anymore. I was depressed because I was in a country that was my home for so long, 50 years, that when it no longer felt like home, I thought I was doing something wrong. I thought I was I was a failure because I went back to the States and it was no longer my home. That United States had passed. And that's why you guys always hear me say, the United States is the girl that I took to the prom, but she don't look like that no more. United States is the girl that I took to the prom, but she don't look like that no more. And I felt so much better. Here's the kicker. as I was working on the YouTube channel, getting it off the ground and interviewing people and being on other channels. I was on the Nika Marie channel back in the day when she had just started too. So I did. I mean, I'm showing up on everybody's channel at that time period. I didn't realize the brother was watching me. He was a writer of Christian children books. He had always wanted to write movies, but he never felt inspired. He never felt encouraged. He said, Dre, he told me this a couple years ago. He said, bruh, I watched how much you grind from a couch. He said, I sat back and watched you take that YouTube channel from a couch and it blew up. He said, I saw your channel. He said, I saw you create 5 YouTube channels. He said, I sat there and watched you just grind and grind and grind. And it inspired me. Do you know that brother has had 3 movies come out since 2019? Talking about premiere, movie screen, I mean, at the movie theater, everything. He just won an award for the best black male movie trailer. I forgot, it's a major award too. I didn't know there were awards for who has the best movie trailer. Just your trailer. And he won an award this past summer for the best movie trailer by independent producer, writer, director. And it was all type of stars that was there, and he got photos they was sending me. And he said, Dre, man, if it wasn't for just watching you grind, he said, I would have never did this. He said, man, you grind, bruh. You grind. But if he wouldn't have got me out of that depression from living in the United States and not accepting that it was no longer my home, I don't think I would have been as successful as we've been, due to the fact that I would have been focusing so much on, man, I felt like a failure. I wouldn't have taken advantage of those moments of being on his couch for that month. I've come to the conclusion that the United States is no longer my home. It's my home as far as where I was born and raised. So was Detroit. And I haven't been back to Detroit in the last 40 years, except maybe, no, I won't say 40 years. I would say the last 30 years, except maybe in all the days, I've probably been back to Detroit maybe 3 months in 30 years. When I got out the feds, I went back to Detroit for like a month and a half. And after that, it's been like maybe 2 days here, 5 days there. But I haven't been back to the D. Even though the D is my home, that's the chick I took to the prom. But she don't look like that no more. And some of y'all, the reason why I tell my story, some of y'all either have gone through that depression of going back to the States and have to kind of like revamp your money or revamp sell everything off, or just have to take care of business in the States. You got to go back and take care of your kids or take care of your family. Bruh, go ahead and do like I did. Take care of your business. Make sure everything is all right like I did. So when you get back and you leave the States, you feel like, okay, everybody good? Everybody good? I'm out of here. I'm about to go back to my real home in Thailand, my real home in the Philippines, my real home in South Africa, Egypt, Morocco, Kenya, my real home in Brazil. So don't feel depressed or sad if you got to go back to the States and handle some business. Handle your business, player. You are not a failure. I'm here to tell you that by personal experience. You are not a failure. You just going home, like a Christmas gift. You just putting that bow at the top now. You've already got the gift of leaving. You're wrapping it all up as a present. And now you just tie that bow at the top of it. And now you just give the United States back to the rest of your citizens, and you get the hell up on out of there. I kid you not, man. I was really depressed being back in the States. I feel like such a failure. Like, man, I'm back here. And I knew I was back in the States on business. I knew it. It wasn't like I was sitting back, going back to the States like, oh, man, I done lost all my money, my hopes and dreams. Oh, man, I done did something illegal in Colombia. I got to leave the States. I got to go back to the States. It was nothing like that. Nothing like that. But even though it was a good reason with the land and everything worked itself out with the land, I still felt depressed for even being back in the States. I felt like a failure just because I was there. That's why when I go back with you guys for the Black Manosphere Conclave, it keeps me inspired because you guys are inspiration. If I was going back to the States just to party, I'd be looking like I was on that yacht. If I was going back to the States just on party mode, I would be looking like I did when I was on that yacht. On the photo that you guys saw. But because I go back to the States and you guys are the inspiration, you guys are the reason, I kid you not, man, it makes a big difference in my experience with the United States. Shout out to you, gentlemen. Shout out to you. Let me continue to read the comment section. We're gonna get started with the video in a few moments, gentlemen. He said, "No." He said, "You ain't American. You just a person that lived in America, just like the rest of us." Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Bobby Coltrane says this. He said, "If anybody wants to leave and come back to the United States, I would gladly take your place." And shout out to my brother, them Canadian brothers in the building.
I told this guy where I was from. He said, "Oh, Canada."
Black Nubians in the building. Shout out to you boys in the Texas, out there in AZ, Texas, all that region, New Mexico. Shout out to the Midwest, all you boys in the Midwest out there, especially in the Chi.
And you say Chi City? Chi City? Chi City? I'm coming home again.
Shout out to all you Tampa boys out there, them Florida boys.
We in Tampa, 813, Trigger City. Let's get it.
Can't forget all about you dirty South dudes.
What you really know about the dirty South? What you really know about the dirty South?
And can't forget about my West Coast brothers from Seattle all the way down to San Diego. Shout out to all you gentlemen being here. Appreciate you guys being here. And my man says this. He said, I'm not convincing. He said, I'm not in the convincing business. He said, listen, Dre, I can't convince you, brother. I can't convince you. Shout out to Black Empowerment once again. He said, if you really love her, sit your black ass down. This is true. This is true. Bruh, I know a lot of guys that bring their woman back to the States. I couldn't be me. I know some very successful couples that have brought their women back to the States. Guys that brought their women back to great couples. Great couples. Couldn't be me. And I think Andre and I have a wonderful, wonderful marriage. Couldn't be me. I'm not a gambler type dude. I'm a risk taker, but I'm not a gambler. I can't see myself taking Andrea to a country with unhealthy foods, with women with attitudes. She walking in the house mad because of the woman that was at the restaurant in the drive-thru said something crazy to her with the attitude. Sometimes, negative energy is transferred over because we all know that energy is never destroyed. So sometimes a woman or a guy will transfer their negative energy and now your whole day is thrown off. You got to deal. I'm not bringing her to a country full of road rage. I'm sitting up here, gotta think about the fact that I like what one brother said yesterday. He's on a live stream about Thailand. He said that Aaron, Passport Bros Aaron, shout out to Aaron. Aaron said this. He said, when it comes to these ladies coming to Thailand or to the Philippines with girls or black girls, they're going to have to speak words of encouragement into the lives of their black girls, because in the Philippines, if you got a chocolate young lady, she might be teased in school, and that might mess with her self-esteem, right? It's the same thing with me, bruh. Ain't no way in hell I'm having babies in the United States, and I got to worry if her school is school where somebody gonna be deleting her, or somebody gonna do like those Catholic kids a couple months ago, a church full of kids just having a Bible study before school, and the dude that ran up in the church and deleted the kids in the middle of Bible study and prayer because they was going to a Catholic school. So you gonna run up in there and delete the kids? This was just a couple months ago. I can't do it. So I'm trying to get y'all to convince me to be able to mentally overcome some of the stuff that I've been watching for the last 8-9 years, almost a decade. For me to bring Andrea there, and I got to deal with jealous sisters every time I walk past. My wife looking all good. We hit the gym. We all fit. I'm looking good, feeling good. She's smelling good. She got long Colombian hair going down her back, and every time we walk past a sister with her big ass, she's smacking her lips. I gotta hit sisters smacking their lips, or sisters trying to start arguments with my wife because they insecure because they gotta wear makeup and weave and eyelashes, and my wife or your wife or girlfriend doesn't. I ain't trying to put my wife through all the mental anguishes. She coming in the house, I'm looking like, what's the matter? You know, and y'all know how sensitive Latinas are. She coming in the house after 3 months telling me, I can't take it, Dre. I thought I could, but I can't. I'm not gonna put my wife through all that, bruh. No, I can't do it. Got to worry about ICE. She's sitting up there thinking that she's doing everything right. We've hired the attorney to make sure that her visa is just right and making sure her green card is just right. As soon as she go to court and walk out of the courtroom, ICE is standing there. Y'all about to lock my wife up. No, that's not about to happen. Me and Andrea's dad was joking the other day. We were over there having lunch with them. And Andrea's dad told me a joke. He said, what if you go back to America and they told you that you can't leave? I said, you know that same trail that they use to come from Colombia, through Panama, through the jungle, through Honduras, through Mexico, to come into the United States? I say, watch my black ass go through that same trail, leaving this motherfucker. You'll be like, that's the only brother. You'll have all these immigrants coming this way from Colombia and Venezuela on their way to the States, and I'll be walking right past their ass. Like, yeah, y'all want to go up? I'll be the only one walking past their ass. You better believe. Well, we're gonna take your passport. You can't leave. Shh. Where there's a tunnel, there's a way. Where there's a tunnel, there's a way. Get thee behind me, Satan. You better believe it. Y'all better know.
Can't you see I got a passport? I got a passport. Hey, I got a passport. I got a passport.
Y'all better know it, man. Y'all better know it. Like I said, we're about to get started with the video in a few moments. But I'm going to finish off you guys' comments. Shout out to you guys that's supporting the channel. Let me scroll down, make sure I got everybody. Yes, I did. Let me go back to the comment section. Shout out to all you guys. Man, DJ Dean in the building. DJ said this. He said, hell no. He said, come back. He said, you getting all that good food, good weather. He said, you ain't got to stress that everyday hard, like that every hard working shit. He correct. I work hard, but for us, when you live outside the States, man, it's kind of funny how you don't mind the working hard part. You don't mind okay, I got to put in 4 hours of class work with Theo and the rest of my classmates. You don't mind that. But it's another thing when you at home in the States, man, and your eye twitching because every day you got to drive 45 minutes through some of the craziest traffic. LA, Atlanta, Miami, New York, New Jersey traffic, that Dallas traffic, that Houston traffic, Chi-Town, stand up. You know I know your traffic. Good gracious. You stuck in that traffic forever in Chicago. That traffic don't move. Dude, you be stuck on 80-90 Turnpike. Come on, Chicago, stand up. You get stuck on that 80-90 Turnpike and you just sitting there like furniture. You ain't going nowhere. Dude, traffic moves so slow in Chicago, you can literally get out your car on the freeway, walk to the liquor store, get you something to drink and some orange juice, pour yourself a drink, and you ain't supposed to be drinking and driving. But it is so slow in Chicago, man, you can get drunk and sober before your car pulls off. Atlanta, y'all the same way. I ain't never seen how y'all got traffic jams at 5 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday. Atlanta keep traffic jams. You like, goodness gracious, are y'all going? Dude, I got stuck in Atlanta traffic, kid you not, 6 hours. It was construction going on, 6 hours in Atlanta traffic. Man, I'm thinking like, man, I'm about to run out of gas real soon, bruh. This car about to run out of gas real soon. 6 in the it was a hot day too. And I'm talking about hot. You just turned off the car and just sat there. You just turned off the car and just sat there. I kid you not, man. I'm not missing that. Andre, he said, I didn't want to be sarcastic, so he said, so I chose not to give my honest answer. Okay, Aiken, shout out to you. Shout out to Arizona, the AZ boy, Arizona Marine in the building. He said, what's good, everyone? We're having a good evening. We're having a good evening. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. He said, I don't think that there is a reason to move back to the U.S. He said, I mean, if you found peace and prosperity outside of this place, you have won. And that's what my boy had to convince me of. He said, Dre, you just don't know. You doing better than most, man. He said, you do not know how the courage that it takes to even move. And I thought about the dudes that I know that got money, and they scared to move. I'm serious. I know some dudes, they already got their retirement pension. They already got their Social Security. They already got their investments. I know dudes that own like, dude, a lot of properties, ain't moved. They'll visit other countries, but you know, they're not in the position to move. But economically, they could. Economically, they could. I mean, Twan in the building once again. He says this. Hey, Dre. He said you can't bring her to the States because those hyenas would eat Andrea up. Yep, that's true. No pun intended. For making you happy. Absolutely correct. Who the hell is he to be walking around the mall smiling? My husband don't smile when he with me. Who the hell is he to be smiling with his wife? Oh, he couldn't find a sister. He couldn't find one of an American sister. You can't even marry an African sister in the United States. They'll look at you crazy for being with an African sister. So you had to get one of them Africans, one of them African booty scratches. You had to get one of them Africans. You can't even be black. You got to be a certain type of black for United States women to accept you. And then United States women don't even accept you being in a relationship because they trying to take you away from your woman. Let you be a happy man in the United States. Every other female trying to take you away from your woman, bro. They do not want to see you happy. Bobby says this. He said, both my parents have passed on. He's had family, but I don't have an obligation to be here. So the minute that I can get out of here, He's to get things right. For me, I'm out of here. I agree with you, brother. That's how my situation was. That's how my Uncle Jeffrey is. I told Jeffrey, I kid you not, at his mother's, my grandmother's funeral, I say, Jeff, it's time for you to get out after the funeral. I say, it's time for you to get out the deed, bruh. I say, bruh, this ain't us. I'd already been gone. I was on my way back to Florida. I say, bruh, I say, Jay, here's what I need for you to do. I need you to come on down to Florida with me. I say, man, you can stay with rent free. You ain't got to worry about no money. Start you a brand new life. Do you know that most of our family looked at him like he was crazy for coming down to Florida? Florida. Sonny ain't did nothing to nobody except for Florida, man. Florida. Our family looked at him crazy for leaving the ice cold tundra of Detroit. They was used to me being gone because I was gone for 10 years in the feds. So when I decided to leave for Florida, they didn't care. Not that they didn't care about me, but they were just used to me being gone. But Jeffrey, the baby boy of grandma, Uncle Jeff leaving, and they looked at him as if he was, for years, looked at him like he was crazy. And then when he started considering talking about moving to Colombia, oh man, they really was looking at him crazy. Ronnie said, I will be back in the U.S. He said about 3 or 4 years. He said, give me some years away, Dre. Give me some years first. Yes, sir. I'm with you on that one, Ronan. It was a few years before I went back for the first time, for real. Will says, bad food. He say, very expensive, bad American attitude. He say, expensive medical. Man, and it's about to get more expensive. The premiums are going up. We're going to see that tonight, man. One woman premium went from $200 a year to over $10,000 a year for her premium during the shutdown. Because you know that right now the time for retirees for their Medicare for their premiums is right now. This is the time period where they start getting the emails and the letters in the mail saying, hey, you need to set your premiums and your medical for Medicaid and all that, Medicare for next year. It's that time. And bruh, a lot of retirees are leaving outside the United States because they like, bruh, the money that you would spend as a senior just on premiums, $10,000 premium. That means that older person has to pay for all their medical, all their exams, any emergencies, up to $10,000 before Medicaid and Medicare kicks in. With that $10,000, they could literally relocate to Mexico and they never got to worry about that mess again. With that $10,000 alone. Not talking about their food as a senior, not talking about their medication as a senior, not talking about the car payments or car insurance that they pay as a senior. I ain't talking about none of this stuff. That's other stuff, rent, all the other stuff that they pay as a senior. I'm just talking about the $10,000 premium that a lot of seniors are going to be looking at in 2026. With that $10,000, they could have moved their ass to Mexico and never in life ever got to worry about that mess again. It's hard to even be old in the United States. I was just asking Andrea about her grandmother, her dad's mom. And she's like 95. And she doing good. Still cracking jokes and still living her life and just living the life of an older person. That woman probably would have made it to 95 in the States. That's why when you get old in the States, it's almost like miraculous and you end up on television. Irma has made it to 90 years old. Let's put her on the news. Why? Because a lot of Americans don't make it to 90. That's for real. Cologne of the night is, shout out to you, brother, for Cologne of the night. Shout out. It is Parche by Cartier. It is a small sample. You know, Cartier, they usually have the bigger containers, but I got the smaller one. really, this is a very masculine scent, man. I don't know what to compare it to. It reminds me of, it almost reminds me of African leather. Even though African leather has a pepper scent to it, it's in that same family. I give you a perfect example. African leather, what's the other one that's been? Aqua de Jo, Blue Chanel. It's in that same vein as Versace Eros. The same vein of just very masculine. It comes across in that same umbrella. Like if you bought one, it's as if you bought them all. The same really clean masculine scent. So if you got Versace Eros or Eros Flame, if you've got Aqua de Jo, if you got any of those, the other one that I was just thinking of, Sauvage, is in that same Sauvage or Sauvage Elixir family, in that same family. That's what the Parche by Cartier smells like. Like I said, you see the larger ones when you're in the airport, right? You see the bigger, wider bottles in the airport, but they do have a smaller version, and that's the cologne of the night. Like I said, very, very masculine cologne, extremely manly. Now this one is African leather. It's like $300 a bottle. That's $300 a bottle for the African leather, but it's a really good cologne as well. Very well worth it. I'm down to like the last third of the African leather, so I use it sparingly. Good question, AZ. He said, and I'm feeling great tonight. I'm having a great night, gentlemen. I really am having a great night tonight. Just got off doing a consultation with a brother who'll be coming down here, and connected him with another brother who lives down here. So, and that's another thing, man. I was just telling one of my closest friends, DJ, right? DJ back in Indiana. Shout out my boy. And I was telling him, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart to all you guys, one of the best parts of relocating to another country is meeting all you wonderful dudes, man. I won't lie. I just imagine what my life would be like not meeting Theo, not meeting Richie Mack, not meeting T-Mac, not meeting all you guys that come down for the Afro-Colombian Festival, or you guys that just come down to hang out, not meeting you guys at the Black Manosphere Conclave. I don't know what my life would, I won't even lie. I do not know what my life would be like if it wasn't for all the dudes that I meet at the Conclave. All my brothers that are in class 6, class 7, and Theo's classes, meeting, you know, what it would be like if I hadn't have met Ace Live, if I hadn't have met Flyboy Way, if I hadn't have met Kings of Dreams. A great part of my experience of life is you men. I won't even lie about it, man. You guys have made my life so much better. So much better, man, because the network of men, dude, it is crazy. And that's why I enjoy, if I'm doing a consultation with you, and this was on a phone call, and I was like, well, I'll send you the guy's information. He lives in that city. And I was like, well, why should I send it to you when I could just get the guy on the phone right now? So I got the guy on the phone. And so in the middle of the consultation, all three of us got a chance to converse. That's the part that I love about living in another country, because you guys live in other countries. I don't have to act like I'm Mr. Know-It-All. You guys live here just as much, so I can share you guys and your information just as much as you guys can say, hey, Dre, I got a friend coming down, man, to Cali. His name is so-and-so and so-and-so. Do you mind if I give him your number? No. You guys have made my life so much better, bro. I kid you not. For all you guys that think that you're going to relocate to another country and you're by yourself, that is a lie. The only reason, the only guys, I kid you not, that I know that go to other countries and they are by themselves, you are doing that on purpose. You are doing that on purpose. There are too many of us in Thailand, too many of us in the Philippines, too many in Brazil, too many in Colombia, too many in Kenya, Uganda, Morocco, too many of us in South Africa, Spain, Portugal, Germany, Finland. This brother's up in Iceland right now. There are too many of us in Mexico, Honduras, El Salvador, Costa Rica. There is no way in the world right now, whether you be black or you white, that you should be by yourself as a man in these other countries. It is impossible to this at this point. Argentina, as broke as they are. Shout out to America that's giving y'all giving 20 billion. Y'all got money like that? America. Y'all got money like that. Y'all do a shutdown, but y'all about to send $20 billion to Argentina to save Argentina? Don't nobody even talk to Argentina in South America. Y'all about to send $20 billion free to Argentina? I'm talking about a country that's known for their cattle and their steaks. That's it. Argentina's just famous. They ain't got no oil or nothing. Why y'all sending? That's it. Y'all can send $20 billion to Love Crossing Borders if y'all doing it like that. Y'all cutting checks like that, America. Y'all sending $20 billion to Argentina? Y'all got something military going on. Let me find out y'all about to build a military base in Argentina. Shout out to 313 Nate in the building. Glad you're here, brother.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Don't play with me. Shout out to you guys. I'm about to get started with the video in a few moments. He says this. He said, I'm happy that you found your peace because every time I see you on the channel, it shows up like a star in the sky. Shout out to you, brother. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is all of us, man. That's how you guys, man, I kid you not, man. And I mean this. When I meet you guys, I just get just as excited as this statement. It shows up like a star in the sky. I've only had one encounter with a dude that disappointed me in all these years. And he just got pissy drunk in the mall. And I'm talking about pissy drunk. I did a consultation with this dude, Philadelphia, born and raised. He's our age. Came down here. I get a text message from my boys that live down here. You know, we all kind of look out for each other. Hey, Dre, you need to go check on your boy. Who you talking about? I got plenty of dudes that's my boy in Cali. Man, they named this dude. He had just been here for 3 days, man. I took him around Cali, showed him around, introduced him to a bunch of dudes. This dude went into Chippy Choppy Mall in the mall, went to Reggae and Pops. For you guys that have been here before, you know what I'm talking about. Our little sports bar. Got pissy drunk. Started yelling, started a fight in there. The dude ain't nothing but like 5'3", 5'4". Brother. This dude got so pissy drunk. And then my other boy said, he said, Dre, he said, I'm on a date with 2 women. He said, I got 2 fine. Now he lives here, the other brother. He said, I got 2 fine Colombianas I've been trying to get on a date with. He said, man, I'm walking through the mall. He said, all of a sudden I'm hearing this loud American just cursing. He said, I'm thinking to myself, like, who the hell is that? He said, bruh, I see your little short boy drunk, yelling at the top of his voice, trying to start fights. He said, man, I got ready to turn around with the ladies. He said, all of a sudden he noticed me because I introduced him. He said, all of a sudden, next thing I know was, hey, what's up, bruh? He said, my head dropped because he said all the Colombians in the mall in that area turned their heads and looked at me like, you know this dude? He said, and they all know me. I'm fluent in Spanish. I got my 2 Colombianas. I'm about to have some fun tonight. He said, man, that dude said my name. He said, then the dude at Reggae and Pops was like, come here, come get your boy. He said, man, so I called to his Airbnb, which is across the street. Our other boy, who we introduced him to earlier that week, was living in that Airbnb area, right? It's the same Airbnb where Ace Live lived, where he stayed here, right a corner from us, right around the corner. So the brother pissy drunk, the one brother left his dates, walked his drunk ass across the street. But he ain't had no, this is one of those Airbnbs, if you ain't got no identification, if you ain't got no nothing, you can't just be walking up in there. Their security is secure. My other boy who lived there, who I just told you about, true story. He said, Dre, I'm upstairs. Everybody pissed at me at the end of the day. He said, Dre, I'm upstairs. The reason why they pissed, because they only knew this dude for one day. I introduced him to my closest dudes in Cali. The next day, he pulled this stunt. So my boy who had the 2 dates had to walk away from his dates, had to tell them, well, y'all wait right here and get the drunk dude across the street, Philadelphia. I'm just call him Philly. Not Philly Dom, not Philly. So if y'all think about Philly Dom, no, that's my dude. Shout out to Philly Dom. And this dude get him to the front door, and he said, I went back to my dates. So now security calling my other boy who lived there, hey, you got a pissy American down here. We don't understand what he's talking about. And if you don't come get him, we're going to have to put him on the streets. My boy who had met him through me the day before knew who it was. Like, here's the part. He said, Dre, I had this badass Afro-Colombian I've been trying to smash for 2 months in my Airbnb upstairs. He said, bruh, we both are in a position to get it on. He said, we in bed just talking, but we about to get it on. He said, I'm like, I'm ready. He said, my phone calls and it's your boy downstairs in the lobby, pissy drunk. He said, Dre, I ain't gonna lie, I was gonna leave him downstairs. I was gonna leave your boy downstairs, pissy drunk. They just gonna have to put his ass on the streets. He said, Dre, man, I looked at the Afro-Colombian and told her, baby, I'll be right back. He said, so I threw my clothes on real quick. I shot downstairs. He said, I get this pissy drunk ass dude to his room. He said, Dre, I get back upstairs. The Colombian chick is fully dressed, phone in hand. And she said, I just called my Uber. I'll come see you again next time. He said, and I could tell from her tone, wasn't gonna be no next time. He said, boy, I was so mad with you. I was mad with that dude. I was mad at myself for even going downstairs. I took that brother out to dinner. I said, man, I got to make it up to you, man. I'm taking you on out to dinner, man. Go get you some drinks, bro. And I told the brother, I said, bro, the rest of your trip, don't call me. Don't reach out to me. Every emergency you got is your own. He tried to apologize. I'm sorry, Dre, man. I thought I could hold my liquor, man. I'm sorry, man. I said, bro, you don't owe me an apology. You need to go look in the mirror and apologize to yourself. I said, you're not only embarrassed. I said, all these people are my family, my friends that I see every single day. Those people at that bar know me for every single, they know me, my wife's mom and dad. I say, man, I am like this with the owners. They are a great older couple. I say, man, I introduced so many people to that sports bar. I say, for you to do that, I'm sorry, bro. I say, man, listen, do me a favor. Just go ahead and delete my phone number, bro. I said, you got to handle your emergencies on your own now. I said, I don't know how your outcome gonna turn out. I said, you got a couple more days here in Colombia. You might want to be careful because you on your own. I say, none of my people gonna look out for you. You can forget about it, bro. That's the only time out of all the hundreds of you brothers that I've met over the years in all these countries that I had an incident with somebody. That one time, and this was maybe like 5 years ago. It was so disappointing. It was so embarrassing. My people mad, the bar owner mad, the people in the mall security looking like, what the hell? These stereotypes taking place. See these black guys. Oh, here we go. The Americans. Because they don't trip on you that you black. They trip on the fact that you're an American coming down here. This is not Medellin. And they quick in Cali to tell you that. Don't turn our city into Medellin. This is not Medellin. So now you got to deal with that stereotype of another American that may be from Medellin. Oh, man, I couldn't believe that, man. I couldn't believe that. So, yeah, most of you guys, salute to you, brothers, man. You guys show some love. Shout out to my man, Jay Anderson. The Great is in the building. Shout out to you, brother, being here. Kid Unite, he say salute to Grown Man's Chat and Andre and Andrea love crossing borders. Salute to you as well, kind sir. Salute to you as well. You can hear the tone in my voice. I'm starting to sound like I'm still pissed. I kid you not, man. I could believe that, man. I'm like, what the hell? Bruh. He said more reasons why I'm upping my skill set in 2026. He says time. This is only a warm-up, folks. In the Matrix. Yeah, I got some stuff coming down the turnpikes, bruh. Yeah, I got some stuff coming down the turnpikes for real. Y'all got the biometric IDs coming down the turnpike to where, okay, what country was that they shut down 86 million bank accounts? Was that Korea or Vietnam that they did? I think it was Korea. Over the you can look it up over the last week. It was 86 million bank accounts shut down. Letting people know that if you don't do the biometric ID, they will shut your bank accounts down. I think you guys might know which country it is. I don't want to look it up real quick. Yeah, that sting is that depression for real. Shout out to my man Kadesh been in the building. Glad that you're here, brother. He said, wow, I didn't know that. Yeah, bruh. Yeah. Peace to the chat and peace to Dre. Yes, sir. Peace to you too, brother. Peace to you too. He say, please no. He say, no, Dre. He say, they blowing up canoes and boats. You mean I can't row over that? Yeah, for real. I just heard about that. They blew up the boat coming from the boat outside of Venezuela. Talk about that was a drug boat going to the States. I don't think, I kid you not. I think that the United States is going to try to put a military base in Argentina. I don't think that they're giving Argentina $20 billion just to be nice. Nobody talks to Argentina. Okay, let's be real. You have never in the history of your life ever saw a news headline on Argentina in the United States, have you? I haven't. I ain't never heard a news headline about a war or a scuffle or anything about Argentina. So why is the United States from all of a sudden watching China build all these military bases around the world? And now all of a sudden we want a military base in we want to give Argentina $20 billion. Now, mind you, the United States has the most military bases around the world than any other country. Don't get it twisted. We everywhere. But I don't think it's a coincidence that they're sending out, they get military bases set up. Shout out to Thelonious in the building with a 6-month membership. He said, hey, Andre, he said, just send an email information for a consultation. Thank you. I'll be checking out your email in a moment, brother. I will do that, definitely. Thank you for letting me know, Thelonious. As well as my man Chill Will, he said Argentina is a strategic military for Antarctica and being able to go to the other side of the world. Like when Ace Live went on the voyage to the Antarctica, he was saying that once they got so far, their watches were set to the Netherlands. He says, so you were no longer getting South American time. You were on the other side of the world. You were in northern. He says, kind of funny. You were somewhat like in northern Europe. He said time was set. It wasn't set for I don't know how it worked. He said, but we were getting like the Netherlands times set, not the South America anymore. So it's something going on over there. Shout out to D-May with the $5 love. Appreciate you, D-May, for even being here, brother. Shout out to you as well, brother. Yeah, you right. It could be something strategic. And I didn't even see your comment. So you wrote your comment down before I even saw yours. So both of us, many of us are thinking the same thing. If they're giving money out like that, you never know. You never know. Shout out to you guys. Let me scroll back up. You say, Dre, I got a great answer because you're black. Yeah. Don't come back because you're black. I feel you, brother. Facts, Dre. Shout out to my man Almost Retired, man. I'm glad to see you here tonight, brother. I really am. Julian says this. He said Trump fucked up the economy twice, except for the rich. If you got money, if you got a business, if you, I'm gonna say this for real. If you on business mode, you know, you got your S corp, you got your LLC. If you on you doing crypto, you got a small business or you got a major business. I'm gonna say something for real. If you on corporate mode, this is a great time to have a corporation. I'm gonna say this again. Hey, Quiet Storm. I keep forgetting to send a link to Theo too to see the show tonight. But if you have a, because I was so busy doing a consultation, I get a chance to do the links, send out the links to everybody like I normally do. Hey, Chef, my cell phone died earlier, so I'm going to reach out to you in a second. Yeah, I was reaching out to the other brother for the consultation, regarding the consultation. My cell phone died while we were talking. But let me get this link over to, not link, but the YouTube channel episode over to Theo, because I haven't sent it out to him as well. But yeah, I kid you not, man. If you are on business mode, if you're about your business, this is a great time to be in corporate America. I don't care if it's a small corporation. I don't care if it's not if it's if you're doing a nonprofit. This is, I can't lie. I can't lie about that part. Get this over to Theo. I can't lie about that part at all. And that's the crazy thing about it. All right. I'll send this over to Theo. Shout out to my brother Mail being in the building. Being in the building says this. He says, you don't miss nothing under Master Trump, under Master Trump. For real, Master Trump on the plantation. Julian says this. He said, Honey Bun Coast, damn near five. Honey Bun, you lying. Do not tell me honey buns are now almost $5. Like you go to a nice little bakery, get you a honey bun, like you on a Cinnabon, or you get you a honey bun at the store. Do not tell me honey buns are fat. I'm done. I am done. I'm done. $5? Ronan says, what I've noticed, he says that after leaving, he said the white nose of the American media, he said, I don't follow what's happening without being there. That's true. He said, I guess my experience has been difficult in America. I kid you not. I mean, it has been different in America, not difficult, but different. I kid you not. I'm like you, Ronan. If it wasn't for social media, me being in social media, like the the political YouTube channel that we had, Mostly Money, as well as this. I wouldn't know anything about the states. I wouldn't, dude. Andrea tells me more about what's going on in the United States than I do. Did you hear about so and so and so? Because she's in the WhatsApp group with you guys, right? So you guys will say something in the WhatsApp group, and then Andrea will come and be like, "Did you see what they posted in the group?" I'm like, "What? So and so and so and so is there's tariffs." You know, I didn't know nothing about all that. He said Dollar Trees are now between. That's crazy. In the same Dollar Tree corporations, which are called Dollar City here in Colombia, it's the same building and everything, but it's called Dollar City here in Colombia. It's still everything's still $1. Yes, sir. South Bend. Yeah, that's South Bend, Elkhart area. He said down the road from Elkhart. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that's where I used to stay. I used to actually stay in Elkhart. I had a friend that was in Elkhart, and we would shoot to South Bend for the Notre Dame games. Yep. Shoot down to South Bend and hang out for the Notre Dame games. He said there are entirely too many countries people can stay to get into America. To deny its benefits. He said, I don't ignore those being, and they say, I don't ignore those even being abroad. I feel you, brother. Shout out to my brother FBAJ in the building. Salute to you as well. Glad to see that you're here, brother. Glad to see that you are here. He said, blessings to the LCB family. He said, finally, I was able to catch a live. Shit. He said, don't do it, OG. Don't you do it. Don't come back to the. He said, there is no reason for you to have to come back to the fields of the plantation. He said, it's gotten worse, brother. Dude. I'm like I said, I'm like Ronin. I see it from afar with binoculars. I see it from afar like a hawk or an eagle or owl looking from afar. But I definitely can't relate. Shout out to my man Global Spinner. Man, I must be doing something right. Global Spinner is in the building. Shout out to you, brother. It's been a hot minute, brother. I hope everything's going great with you, man. He said, read the Monroe Doctrine in U.S. territories outside of the U.S. Let me write that down. Yep. Love me some good information. I'll tell y'all a good book that some of y'all need to read or at least watch the YouTube Cliff Notes. Plato's Republic. Plato's Republic. If you want to know where the United States is headed to and why it's been heading that way, I promise you, the book Plato's Republic tells you everything. I believe it was Socrates or Aristotle. I mean, Socrates or Plato that was the narrator. I think it was Plato, the writer of the book. And Plato's Republic tells you literally, because there's a bunch of philosophers during the Roman era, right? And they were sitting around, they asked each other, what would you do to create the perfect world? That's how old this book is. All the way back in Plato and Socrates era. And they literally break down how societies would look and what they expect to control the people. Like I said, you can look at the Cliff Note videos on YouTube of what Plato's Republic is about. They literally say you got to blind the people, you got to keep the people in the dark. And one of my favorite lines in the book, in the book Plato's Republic, and if they ever ventured out of the dark, the light of knowledge would blind them and they would scurry back into the darkness. If they ever caught on to what we were doing, the knowledge of what we were doing would cause them to scurry back into the darkness of being just locked in the matrix rather than being free in the light. Plato's Republic talks about how they only lets us see. They say, I think it was Plato said this. I think it was Socrates that wrote it. He said that. Let me paraphrase. He said that in life you only they are only allowed to see the shadows of reality. They are never allowed to see reality. It talks about how they set up the guardian. They call them the guardians, meaning the police, the military, everything. They talk about the leaders. They would just sit around talking about what they would do to create a perfect, what they consider perfect society in their eyes. I kid you not. Some of you have read Plato's Republic, but for those that haven't, I'm telling you, another good book is Behold the Pale Horse. Come on, guys, you gotta read Behold the Pale Horse. He talked about all society, what we're living right now. This was a modern book, and all the things that he talks about now is exactly what's going on, and the dudes wrote about it in Behold the Pale Horse. He said, coming back to Canada, to the States, hell, the West, period, is like going back to an ex-wife and telling her, I told you so. Man, oh man, that's a tough one right there. He said, nah, bro, you're successful. Never a failure. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. That was a good point, gentlemen, that my brother made when I was sleeping on his couch. He said U.S. territories and the U.S. Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, Guam, Samoan American Islands. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Yeah, and then as well as many other islands as well. Good point, gentlemen. Shout out to Class 7 in the building. Yes, sir. Let me scroll down these comments. Let me get down. Shout out to my man Raymond. Once again, Mr. Turner says, he said, I'm 34. He said, ain't no way I'm getting married and having kids in the States. When I get married, I'll have kids and it's going to be overseas. That's how I plan it too. I'm just like you, brother. You are not alone. You are not alone in the name of Michael Jackson. Shout out to my man Ben Carson. He said the West is poisonous. Ben is in the building. My brother Kadesh says this. He said, or Kadash, hope I pronounced it correctly. Kadash says this. He said he never got inside the school. Yeah, I know, right? Right? He shot the kids from outside. The kids was in Bible study and Catholic, and it was the first Bible study before the school year. And they were just having prayer, bringing in the new school year. And from outside, that's the crazy. Yup, you were right. I just remembered that. That's a good point. Thanks for reminding me. He was outside and shot into the school from outside. And the children got deleted. Horrible situation. That's true, brother. Good point. Good point. Oh, yeah, you say you love the Passport song? Let me pull up the Passport song, man, before we go to the video. Let me pull up the Passport song. Just in case you guys have never heard the full version of our Passport anthem. This will be our anthem, man, if it was up to Andre. It is a song by a songwriter that came out, I think it was in the 80s or 90s. And it came out, let me pull it up on YouTube. And it's by a artist named Al Wilson. So just in case you guys wonder where I get the clip from, I played it a few years ago. A few months ago, but I'll play it now. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me bring it up on the screen and let you guys see where I got it from. I came across this years ago, and I said, I got to use this one. Let me screen share. YouTube. I know YouTube is going to say, hey, you won't make any money off this particular episode. So shout out to you guys with the super chats because we won't make any money off this episode. But it's by a singer named Al Wilson. And here's the whole version. I'm going to drop the link as well as we listen to the song. As we listen to the whole song. And I love the beat. It's just so up tempo. I love that tempo.
Sing a song with me now. I got a passport to anywhere, and where I wind up, I don't care, just as long as I find some people there, it's home. It makes no difference who you are. If you can hear this old guitar, you'll understand my language for my passport is a song. I got a passport. Hey, I got a passport. I got a passport to anywhere. It's my song. I got a passport. Can't you see I got a passport? Hey, I got a passport to anywhere. It's my song. It's my song. Some might say I'm a diplomat, a Mr. Man or a bum. I travel by train, the folks are pain, but most of the time by thumb. I stop a while to rest my soul and play and sing my rock and roll. It's a beautiful thing. How music brings a smile to everyone. Can't you see I got a passport? Hey, I got a passport. Oh, I got a passport to anywhere. It's my song. Hey, now, come on and go with me to China, or even South Carolina. Hey, I got
I figured y'all like that one. I figured y'all like that one. So now you YouTubers, y'all can drop that one. And now y'all see why I got it in here right now. The passport song.
Can't you see I got a passport? Hey, I got a passport.
Now you see how I got there, and now you see where I got it from. He said, I've heard this on YouTube several times. He said, rewind it. He says, this jam to me. Yes, sir. Yeah, this to me, that beat, I tried to get somebody who could, because I wanted to make a new Love Crossing Borders intro song. And I wanted to be like this song. I actually wanted to use this song, but copyright. But I actually wanted to have that type of intro, man, and just that 70s groove, and just have the same Love Crossing Borders clips, but just have a whole new song with a kind of like 70s twist to it. And when I came across this song, I was like, oh man, I wish I was able to use this song, because it is perfect for an introduction song for every episode. But definitely, I gotta come across somebody that can kind of do their own remix version of this. But it's a great song, man. It's a really great song. But now you guys know where I got that song from. Al Wilson. Shout out to you. He said, Dre, I know a brother who does beats. He said, I'll send you the link. Okay, cool. On WhatsApp. Cool. I'll reach out to him. I definitely will. And I know Richie Mack, the brother that Richie Mack works with, he does beats as well. So I'm going to try to find somebody that could take that song and create that same bass line, and that same intro, but just somehow remix it with the sound. I like the voice that he has, but I'm trying to remix it to where it doesn't cross the copyright lines. If I could get that, man, that would be a great intro. Santika, am I saying that correct? Hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Hope, because I don't want to muff up somebody's name. Or Santika or Tika. I think it's Santika. Shout out to you being here. First time I've seen you in the building. Welcome to the family. That's the one thing I can remember. Welcome to Friday Night Vibes. Salute to you as well as the chat. Glad to see you here. And of course, the International Quiet Storm is in the building. He said, Dre, I know a brother. Oh, International Quiet Storm was the one that said that. Let me continue on. Let me try to miss anybody over here. All right. Shout out to you guys. And let me go here. Theo's in the building. Shout out to you. Y'all are in here. Shout out to you, brothers. International Quiet Storm. Appreciate you being here. Shout out to Theo being here with the $5 love, both of you gentlemen. He said, one of the worst decisions in my life was returning to the U.S. in 2000. Ooh, that hurts. 2010. Ugh. Say it with your chest, Theo. That feel like a stab, twist, 2010. Oh my God, I couldn't do it. He said I should have gone to Thailand and made 4 kids instead. Preach. But God had a calling on your life to bless us as well. So you're living out your calling, brother. I can't lie. You are blessing so many men and changing so many lives, bro. I know it's tough for those 15 years to be back in the States, but Lord knows, man, how many dudes that you've helped, man. So you probably one of the few brothers that I can sit back and say, yeah, it was your calling to go back for a little while. Now it's time for you to head on back up out of there. It's time for you to head on back out of the States. Yes, sir. Okay, cool. Perfect, Quiet Storm. Yep, George Orwell, 1980. That's a good book, too. The book and the movie. 1984 is a great read. Yes, sir. Regarding modern times. Absolutely correct. Quiet Storm says this. He said, Andre, do you know a brother who... why did I read that 3 times? Yep, the official anthem of the Passport Bros. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like I said, all you other content creators, if you want to create a clip, you can go ahead and create the clip and put it on your soundboard. I've got a couple of soundboard clips that I haven't used in a while. Like for dudes that get caught up with the wrong woman. I got one for Detroit. I'm like, what's this one right here?
I'm stingy. I'm stingy with the puss. I do not give it up easily.
Oh, yeah. That's a Kevin Samuels one. The woman said she was stingy with the puss. She said, I don't give it up easy.
I'm stingy. I'm stingy with the puss. I do not give it up easily.
Let's see what this one is over here.
You ain't gonna hit no woman in my house.
What woman, sir? This here is a hoe.
What woman, sir? This here's a hoe. What's this one?
Is this camera on me? Yes, it's on. That's stupid.
Use your common sense.
Oh, man, I forgot I had these on here.
I'm not meant to live alone. No.
I use that one when I know that how y'all be acting with them women in other countries. They ain't even your woman yet. Y'all be sending notes, talk about some girl, don't you know?
I'm not meant to live alone.
That's how y'all be in DR like that. Turn this house into a home, girl. How you gonna ask the girl in DR to turn this house into a home? My man David says this. Shout out to David with the love. He said, listen, he said, I love to and respect all of you brothers. So hear me when I say, do not bring your behind back to the USA. Like that little form of poetry. He said, if you value your peace, be free. Yes, sir. Let's get started with that's a good point. Let's get started with the video, gentlemen. Shout out to all you guys that are here. Glad that you guys are here this evening. We got a good one. Once again, shout out to our brother Theo. Yes, sir. Salute unto him. Good man. Good man. Yeah, that Boondocks. Yes, sir. I forgot I had that one in here.
You ain't gonna hit no woman in my house.
What woman, sir? This here's a hoe.
What's this one?
You're part of the problem.
Oh, shit.
You're part of the problem. Stop paying people that you don't have no respect for.
Man, I forgot I had that one on here too. Boondocks is, yeah, a great one. One of the best animated shows, man. Shout out to my brother African Wolf in the building too. Yes, sir. Let me get started with the video. Let me remove this from the screen. Stop the screen share. And let me grab the video. And like I said, guys, I noticed, kid you not, I noticed 3 things when it came to me being outside the United States. First thing I noticed, 3 signs why I should not be in the United States. Y'all couldn't give me a reason to move back. So I'm gonna give y'all my 3 reasons why I'm not moving back. Reason or sign number 1 is, from what I've seen, I shouldn't move back.
So I'm still sitting here. I don't know how many of y'all seen my last video. It's like a fucking 10-minute plus rant or something like that. I don't even know what happened. You know, usually my content is a little cleaner. You know, I edit and all of that. I didn't care, bro. I'm just thinking, man. I'm still sitting here, right? And the impetus for all of this is that it's late. You know, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, I'm trying to actually move my family back to the States. I've been out of the States for over a decade. I'm still in America, right? I'm in the territory, but I have been away from the continental U.S. for over a decade. I've not lived there for over a decade. I've visited, you know, I've gone back for certain things. When I was in the military, I had orders, stuff like that. I went back for certain short stints, but I haven't lived in the States for over a decade. And the prospect of going back, regardless of the fact that it's for family, the prospect of going back is actually scary. It's actually scary. Not in a fear, not in an immobilizing fear type of way, but it's just whatever the fuck is going on over there.
So here's the play-by-play if the shutdown doesn't end. After 1 week, we will be absolutely out of funding for WIC. It'll be up to the states. 2 to 3 weeks after that, we're talking about all the funding being gone for SNAP. It'll be up to the states. By week 3 or 4 of this thing, TSA will be on strike. There will be massive delays at airports if they're up and running. Now, last but not least, the big one. If this goes for 4 to 6 months, say goodbye to Social Security.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Sorry, people, it's the hard truth. I am starting to get the feeling that this government shutdown is happening for a reason, and it is not going to be resolved anytime soon. Just my opinion. I also believe that all of these people that are showing up to work at the air traffic controllers are most likely going to be replaced by military. And so with TSA. And the fact that Stephen Miller said the other day that Trump had ultimate all power over military makes a lot of sense. We might be in trouble, America. Buckle up and put your head on a swivel because something's in the works.
This current government shutdown that we're under is affecting a lot of different things. From TSA workers simply not showing up to work because they won't be paid, to federal workers waiting for the next...
Not the Section 8 in jeopardy. Say it isn't true. Not the Section 8 in jeopardy.
check to come because they won't be paid either. And for those under Section 8 housing, you may not get your Section 8 housing paid next month if this shutdown continues. Most housing authorities across the country receive a check from the government to pay different households Section 8 housing. Housing authorities got their last check on September 30th, and they're relying on whatever sort of savings they have to pay for November's rent. Some of them have that extra money, but some of them don't. And for those housing authorities that don't have the extra money to pay November rent, the landlords who accept Section 8 housing will not get any check, and that impacts them too. The last government shutdown only lasted for 30-something days, so it is expected to end by the end of this month.
I think this will be the longest shutdown in the history of ever. And I don't say that happily. I don't say that proudly. I'm just saying that realistically.
It goes past Thanksgiving.
I do. I just don't see.
My name is Mike Galletley. I live in Tooele, Utah, and I work for the United States Department of Agriculture as an IT technician.
My name is Yolanda Jacobs. I work with the CDC out of Atlanta.
My name is Imelda Avila Thomas. I do work for the Department of Labor, Wage.
Let's pause for a second. Congressman or Senator Kennedy just said, let's go back to Kennedy. Kennedy just said that it may go all the way until Thanksgiving.
I think this will be the longest shutdown in the history of ever. And I don't say that happily. I don't say that proudly. I'm just saying that realistically.
It goes past Thanksgiving.
I do. I just don't see.
My name is Mike Galletley. I live in Tooele, Utah, and I work for the United States Department of Agriculture as an IT technician.
My name is Yolanda Jacobs. I work with the
That's a good point, Jermon. Holiday season, Amazon already said they are laying off folks before the holiday season starts. Now think about it. This is usually the time when hiring ramps up. Retail ramps up. These people already know that y'all ain't gonna have no money for Black Friday. No money for Thanksgiving. No money for Christmas. Y'all just gonna be getting back on y'all feet for New Year's. Xbox gonna suffer. All them females that's depending on y'all to buy them the iPhone 17, they gonna suffer. Where women are more emotional with their money, men are more logical with their money. That means, it's gonna be tight. Yeah, it's gonna be a sad Christmas coming. No Section 8. Landlords will be forced to sell under the market eventually, and that's what these corporations are trying to press as many property owners as possible to give up their property. Yep, no Thanksgiving. You can forget about Black Friday, Christmas. Y'all gonna be buying Legos. Have your child build a toy like we used to when we was kids. Your parents get you a Lego, you better build a toy. Yeah, I heard the play tickets are cheaper now. Yep. He said, I remember Spain government was shut down for 10 months. Wow. The economy grew 3.5%. The unemployment dropped to 19%. If there is a silver lining in this at all, let's see if it works out like that. But Spain has been suffering too forever in a day. I remember Germany had to give them a loan at one point in time. Spain and Greece. Shout out to Zeta in the building. He said, nope, my wallet chose. That's why my wallet choice. My wallet choice is or chooses that. That's why don't spend unnecessarily, maybe once in a while, but I'm at the house stacking. I ain't mad at you, brother. Yeah, my man said It's gonna go after Thanksgiving.
CDC out of Atlanta.
My name is Imelda Avila Thomas. I do work for the Department of Labor, Wage and Hour Division in San Antonio, Texas.
My name is Trika Henry. I work for the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and I live in Lenexa, Kansas.
I was trying to think of all of these words to describe what the last few months have been, and I just came to a 4-letter word: hell.
We're ready to work and take on that backlog, take on all that extra work that we've been handed, and then now we're put at a standstill.
Being a federal worker right now sorry, we are just really tired. We're really tired of going through this year after year when it comes down to whether it be a continuing resolution or a shutdown. It's just, we are not political pawns. We've got to stop treating us like political pawns. I'm sorry, Lisa.
Obviously, everybody that I know is concerned about a RIF. I don't see how we can really cut more than we already have.
Just think about it before she speaks. I want you guys to take a split second to think about what happened before this shutdown. What was the major event that happened at the beginning of the year for federal workers before the shutdown? What was the major thing that was taking place in federal? Elon Musk. Shrinking departments or getting rid of departments and having other departments take on that extra work. So these people, even if it hadn't been a shutdown, they have been stressing the heck out because they're taking on extra work from people that got fired. Right? No DEA also true. DEI. So jobs had gotten lost, departments had gotten cut, and the people that have been still there have been stressed out since the beginning of the year. And now this. And when they get back to work, like the one lady say, there's going to be backlog of all that they were doing. For example, if your grandmother right now or your mom called the Social Security Administration right now, ain't nobody answering that phone. Any applications, because this is what our other YouTube channel was dedicated to, Social Security. Any applications for somebody that they turned 62 this year, they're applying for their Social Security benefits. If they applied prior to this shutdown, do you know that application is on hold? Even if they're eligible to get their monies already. Because in America, it takes a minute for a person to start getting their first check. If that person is eligible during the shutdown to start getting checks, there is nobody to process the rest of their paperwork to get them their first check that they deserve to get. Not including the issues with Medicaid and Medicare that are coming down the turnpike. It's crazy, man. And this is going to be it's only been 17 days. This is just the beginning.
Instead of us being able to breathe past one incident before we can catch our breath, there's another and there's another. And, here we are, we're at the shutdown and the majority of us have been furloughed. I received my paycheck on Friday. It was a partial paycheck. Now I am in a position where I have to look at what's most important for me to pay now and what can wait.
My husband is also not getting paid. However, he is having to report to work because he's an air traffic controller.
it's serious every day. I think as each day goes by that I don't work, and even though my letter says guaranteed back pay, what's been thrown out there, I don't know. I'm concerned.
I have already started cutting back, and that's something I did before they actually decided whether there would actually be a shutdown, because something told me, go with your gut.
We're like everybody else. I've got a mortgage payment, just like most other Americans. I have a car payment. I've got a child who's finishing college.
Cutting tutoring for my daughter with dyslexia. You know, it is necessary. However, it is something that at this point we have to save.
I hate to even put on a pot of spaghetti too many days in a row, but you know, you have to do what you have to do.
I went ahead and I filed for unemployment, and you know, I'm sorry, but that's just humiliating. This is me not being able to provide for my family adequately, and I didn't do this.
You know, we show up to do our jobs every day, and just Congress needs to do theirs.
I certainly don't want to say, you know, say who needs to back down on what, who needs to compromise, but they all need to get to the table.
We don't deserve this. My people didn't do this.
Before we go any further, we're on the section of the video where I said I noticed 3 signs of why I'm not coming back to the States. Reasons why I shouldn't, reasons why I couldn't, and reasons why I wouldn't. These people are under enough pressure as it is when they're working. Now they've been furloughed, not getting paid, having to call banks at a record pace. They're saying that a record number of people are going into their banks asking for an extension on car loans and their mortgages so they don't lose their houses. I asked you guys, give me a reason why, if I was coming back, why should I? Or if I was on the fence, why should I? I'm just on the first signs of should I. I'm just showing you guys the first signs why I shouldn't. Like I said, we're going to look at 3 tonight. First one is why I shouldn't. Second one is why I couldn't come back to the States. Not because of my passport, but there are some other reasons why I couldn't come back to the States. And then the last group of videos we're going to watch is why I wouldn't. Like Aiken said, he said largest private employers, Walmart, 1.3 million employees, Amazon, 1.5 mil. Largest public, the government, 3 million employees. We're going to see how Trump feels about it. Shout out to all you guys that are here. AMSM said this. He said, if you work in a field that's known to shut down, why aren't you playing ahead and saving money in this economy, in the States, with a family? I want to let you. Yeah, you tripping. You tripping. You live in that economy. Let's say in the States, you're a government worker, you're making $70,000 a year. I mean, you're making good money, right? $70,000 a year. You've been at it for like 15 years, right? After taxes come out of your paycheck, that 20 to 30% is gone. That includes also your Medicaid, Medicare, or medical, your 401k, your state taxes, including federal. You got to worry about that. Oh, but United States ain't like other countries. We ain't done taxing you. You go into the gas station, put some gas in that car, That comes with a tax. Oh, you gonna shoot over to Walmart. These eye drops are $5. Oh, no, they aren't. Now, because of inflation, they're $7.15. So you're like, okay, I ain't gonna trip on that. You get to the counter. It ain't like Colombia, $7.15 on here, $7.15 when they ring it up. Not in the United States. Now you think you already paid taxes, right? Until you get to the counter, $7.50. That'll be $8.14. Wait a minute. How the hell is this? I just walked from here. On here it says $7.50. I'm already mad about that. I walk to the counter, it's $8.15, $8.35, $8.50. So I got to get taxed again. I go to a dinner, I get taxed at that dinner. So whatever price is in on that menu, that ain't the price. If I go to a movie, the price up there, that ain't the price. You never get the real price in the United States. But are you tripping? They should have saved. What just happened a couple of months ago? For all those people that were saving and they got family of 4. You got 4 kids. What just happened a couple of months ago? School just started. Your $70,000 after taxes, you still being taxed on everything you touch. And then you got these 4 kids, you and your husband. Now you got to get school clothes, school supplies, computer software for the kids. Some of them still got that computer from last year. Computer software for the kids to update and upgrade all this. And I'm supposed to save for a government shutdown. Now I got to go dig into my 401k. And if I dig too early, there's a payment penalty if I go into my 401k too early. So I got to take that money out. For those, I'm 63. I planned on retirement at 65, but they mess with my money so much, I'm gonna have to retire now. Oh, my medical premiums are going up triple in 2026. But I'm supposed to save for a government shutdown. When I live in a country that 84% of people don't even have $400 in the bank for emergency fund. But I'm supposed to save for a government shutdown. I live in a country where millionaires. Let's put it like this. If you made did you know this? If you made $1.5 million in 2025, do you know how much you'll walk away with after taxes? $73,000 after making 1.5 million. Million. Remember, as I mentioned years, I'm gonna pull those stats up. Those stats one day. They said, how long would $300,000 last? $300,000, and they were talking about per country. They said, like, if you lived in this country, 300,000 will last you this, 300,000 will last you that. And they said, if you took 300,000 United States, it probably lasts you a year and a half to 2 years, maybe 3 years if you stretched it. Because you're going to get taxed on everything, including that 300,000. And then they compared it to how long a 300,000 lasts in another country, right? One of the reasons why I shouldn't move back to the United States, because there's too many, it's too unstable. There's too many situations that can occur to where your business that does government contracting can go out of business. And now you're on the streets, and your business, you don't even work for the government, but the company you work for does contracting, and they're losing out. It's just tight for everybody. For some of us, we don't think we're feeling it directly, but give it a few days. You'll start noticing things becoming more and more expensive. And even on the economic scale, let's be honest, guys, and I'm serious. Even on the economic scale, let's not talk about money for a second. It is so dangerous to be in an ultra emotional country. We're talking about a country where 1/3 or a quarter of Americans are on some form of the medical depression pills, or smoking marijuana or alcohol to keep them from choking the hell out of somebody after work. And now you take away their work. You talk about somebody you do not want to get into an argument with at the grocery store. You talking about you don't want that person. Listen, America is such a tinderbox of emotions right now. Everybody feel like, I wish you would step on my sneakers. I just need one reason to let all this frustration out. I just need one person to make a mistake and step on my sneakers. I have never seen in all my years so much footage of American violence coming from women. They said the largest growing group of people that are being incarcerated as a group are women, not men. Men incarceration are on the decline, and as a group, women incarceration is on the increase. It has never been like that in U.S. history. It is so emotionally stressful because you don't know what your neighbor is going through. And all it takes is for your dog to step on their lawn, and they go put a hot ball in the back of your dog's head. And you gonna be mad. Talk about, he got off the leash. He jumped off the fence. That dude don't care. He's 2 months behind on his mortgage. You think he give a damn about you and that big ass dog that's been getting off his leash and jumping over the fence every time you turn around? I suggest all you dog owners, make sure that the leash is tight. The fence is high. And I'm not saying this flippantly. I'm saying that it's too stressful right now in the United States to walk around with your dog off the leash and think it's cute, because somebody is stressed out, and you gonna run up on your dog gonna run up on the wrong motherfucking porch, and you gonna be mad because it's somebody on the other side of that front door that ain't paid his medical bills. He got a sick daughter. He works for TCA. I mean, not TCA, but TSA. And he is stressed. And your dog gave him a reason to relieve that motherfucker's play out. So I highly suggest You walk in the United States for the next couple of months. I ain't talking about all you tough dudes, all you ain't nobody gonna do nothing. That moment in the United States is gone. That tough guy era, everybody is stressed. And if you ain't stressed, that don't mean that your neighbors ain't stressed. And we don't give a damn about you people who ain't stressed. I'm gonna say that again. Your neighbor could care less about the fact that you ain't stressed. You need to be looking out for your neighbors who are stressed. The dude in the car next to you in Texas, he got the right to carry too. You strapped, he's strapped. What's the difference? He's stressed and strapped. And he wish you would pull your car in front of him. He's so stressed, he been waiting for a reason to kayow. So it ain't just all about the money in the United States that people feeling stressed and people on the emotional edge and don't know what food gonna come to feed the kids. You dudes that got money and you got savings, hats off to you. But for you brothers that got it, don't take those of in your neighborhood who may not have it for granted. I mean that. And that I mean, and I wasn't playing when I said about them dogs. All it takes is for your dog to run up on the wrong motherfucking porch of a dude that's about to lose his house because the bank would not give him an extension. And hear your big ass dog running up on that porch again for the third time. And then when somebody puts some heat in that dog, you want to call the police or you want to run across the street and then get your strap because this dude had killed your raggedy ass dog. This is not the time to be there's a time to be Mr. Tough Guy and Miss Mouthy. For all the ladies out there, this is a time. Ladies, I know it's hard. I know this is going to be hard what I'm about to say. This is a time for you to control your mouth. This is a time where if you usually don't let stuff slide, baby girl, let it slide. You going to say something to the wrong man that ain't been able to feed his kids the way he want to in the last week, and they've been eating sandwiches, peanut butter sandwiches the whole week, and the last thing that neighbor want to hear is your mouth snapping off on something simple. That man gonna walk across the street and smack the dog shit out of you, and you gonna run and get your man, and that dude gonna be so stressed about his kids ain't ate in a week, he gonna smack the shit out your man and wish your man would do something. There are people stressing, and it ain't just about the money. These people bust their ass when Elon Musk let all those departments go. And they got, instead of having this much work every day, they got piles and piles of work every day to catch up on because Elon said, well, we don't need 700 people for this. We only need 17 for this department. So now 17 people got to do the jobs of 700 people. These people are stressed the fuck out. And then all of a sudden they lose their money and they expect them to come into their job with a smile. Man, y'all better sit your ass down somewhere. No, people ain't trying to hear y'all talk about some. I save money. I ain't got no kid. I save. How come you couldn't save? They just got done doing school clothes. They just got done dealing with Musk. They got to deal with U.S. taxes. They got to deal with road rage every day. They got to worry about if somebody gonna delete one of their kids in school or in church. Gonna delete their grandmama in church? And y'all sitting back worrying about people. Yes, ma'am. About another hour? Mm-hmm. All right, sexy boo. Yeah, man, this is the era of grace. Give your neighbor some grace. Go call your neighbor, check on your neighbor, make sure everything all right. Just say, hey, Bob, hey, what's up, bro, big man? If you got a neighbor and you know they don't have a few dollars to mow their lawn, go mow their lawn, man. Go look out for your neighbor. This that time period, bro. If it was any time you want to bury the hatchet and pass the ivy leaf of peace to your neighbor, this that time period, bro. I mean it. I mean it, bro. This is a shutdown that ain't never happened before. We've had shutdowns before, but this one, we could tell in the air, it's different. We could tell that after this, America is going through her own COVID. America is going through her own COVID. And you can feel it in the air. And instead of having a mask that covers up your mouth and your nose, they're giving you a whole mask to cover up your face. And you can feel it in the air. Everybody's got a mask with a smile on it, but you know y'all frowning and crying underneath those masks. You can feel the stress in the air. And I don't even live over there, and I can feel the stress that Americans are going through. So this is an era, I kid you not, I mean this, bro. Y'all got to be a little, if the person cut you off in traffic, give him a little grace. He got a lot on his mind. If the female you see in the store and she snaps off because she thought she was in line ahead of you, bruh, under normal circumstances, you can sit up there and go viral arguing back and forth with her. This time, let her go in front of you in the line, bruh. I don't care if you're late to work, don't let her go in front of you. This is the era of just, we got to show each other some grace, bruh. You got business owners that depended on the government contract workers to come to their business during lunch break. Now they're losing business because ain't nobody coming to their business on lunch break. Not like they used to. So now he's suffering. It's gonna be tight in the States, man. I ain't gonna lie. It's gonna be tight in the States. So we gotta show each other some grace. Shout out to I Am once again. He said if you work in the field, okay, am I tripping? I Am says this also. He said, I'm a single man. He said, I pay child support for one child. I drive trucks and have a side hustle. He said, I get your point of view. Yeah. And I'm happy for you, brother. But there's a lot of families in the States that don't think as clearly as you. And a lot of government workers didn't think that this was going to be coming down the turnpike again. That's the problem with being a government worker. It's almost that you know that you're going to be on the job for like forever and a day. But when they do a shutdown, man, you might as well have gotten fired. When they do a shutdown in the United States, man, it's like you got fired and then rehired. And then the next year, you got to worry about it. Fired, rehired. Because, you know, the last couple of years, it'll be government shutdowns here, government shutdowns there. United States has changed. And after this shutdown, I don't see it going back to how it used to be. And that's why I said this is the United States version of COVID. I'm sensing in the air the United States that we all knew prior to this shutdown is over. Whatever you thought about the United States prior to this shutdown, it is over. I feel it. I can't put my finger on it. I've seen government shutdowns come and go. I followed them in detail. But this one here, it's something different about this shutdown. Something different about this shutdown, bro. I don't wish that evil on nobody. I hope everything does go back to how it was, but I don't see it. Let's go back to the video, gentlemen. It's sad. Sad to see these federal workers in tears about taking care of their families.
We just want to work.
On the shutdown, sir, are FBI officials
work?
I pulled this up on purpose. I wanted you guys to see something, because a lot of guys don't get a chance to see this, or don't take note of this. This right here in front of you, I'm going to bring it back out. This is the congressional calendar for the rest of the year. If you're a U.S. citizen, there is no way that you should not have access to the congressional calendar. You should know every year what your Congress's, the House and the Senate's schedule is. Every year. I know this and I'm not even there. So let's go back to it. Y'all ready? Here we go. Let's have some fun. The orange is when the House and the Senate are together at the same time. Let's look at the bottom section first. The blue is when the Senate is there. The burgundy or red is when the House is in session. The gray is when they're both on vacation. And then you got federal holidays, right? Now, for those that most of you already know, a bill cannot be passed because presidents signed them into law. A bill can't be voted on and passed by the Senate and the House without them being together. Now, yes, we've had times of emergency sessions, weekend emergency sessions where they'll come together on the weekend and they'll vote on something. You can have emergency sessions, but they both have to come in no matter what. So if the House isn't there, doesn't matter if the Senate votes. If the Senate isn't there, doesn't matter how the House votes. They have to be there together in order for the votes to take place. So let's go back to it. This is very important, gentlemen. Very, very important. So let's look at the schedule. We've already passed my birthday, October 13th. Now, October 13th is usually when, most people don't know this, October 13th is not just my birthday, but it's usually when they do the cost of living increase announcement for seniors. So whenever somebody get a cost of living increase for their Social Security, or you military brothers, your cost of living increase is usually announced on every year, October 13th. That's why October 13th is so important, okay? Unless it falls on a weekend. Okay, here we go. We're looking for both. We're looking for these two things. These are two important ones. The one that shows when both in session, the orange, and then we're looking at the gray one. Those are the two most important ones, the orange and the gray ones. So let's look at the rest of this week. The rest of this week, they aren't together, only the House. Today is the 17th, the House was there. Let's look at next week, because we're looking at this to see when they're going to vote and get this shutdown stopped. That's what my point is. When are they going to be in session together to keep this to do this shutdown and keep it from happening, to negotiate? Like I said, every once in a while, they'll do like a special day where they'll come together on a weekend and then they'll vote on something, but that's in rare situations. So let's continue on, gentlemen, because we got to know this as Americans. Let's look at all the oranges. Next week, they'll be in session for how many days together? 4 days. And then the Senate is going to be the only ones on Friday. Then on the 27th through the 30th, they're going to be together 4 days to try to do something about this budget. Then on the 31st, the Senate will be by themselves. Then let's look at November. From the 3rd to the 6th, they're going to be together. Then once again, in blue, the Senate is going to be by themselves. If they don't get it done by that Thursday, November 6th, they go on vacation for a whole week. from the 8th all the way through the 15th and 16th, they are on vacation, including the weekends. There is no Senate. There is no House. There's a holiday on the 11th, Veterans Day. So from the 7th, because they're not together. So from the 7th through the 16th, they are not even going to be voting on if your mama gonna get her checks or not. They don't care nothing about your mama getting a check. Stay on vacation. Let's try this again. So they come back on the 17th. They're together from the 17th to the 20th of November, right? Because think about it, Senate is by themselves, that blue, by themselves on that Friday, the 21st. If they do not get your shit passed, you could by the 20th or the 6th of November, unless they do a quick emergency session, they ain't got to come back and see y'all asses from the 21st, because Senate is by themselves on the 21st, so there's no voting. From the 21st of November all the way through till the 1st of December. From the 21st, that means if they don't get it done by the 20th, that means they're going past Thanksgiving. What did that one congressman just say? The senator out of Louisiana, Senator Kennedy, he said this is going to go past what? Thanksgiving. When are they going to come back together after Thanksgiving? December 1st. That's the next time you see the orange. And then they're going to be together just for 4 days then. And then the next week they'll be together 4 days. And then the week of the 14th, 15th, they're together 4 days. If they don't get it done by the 16th, they are out of session from the 19th. And don't forget New Year's Day. They don't come back to like January 4th, January 5th. If they don't get it done by the 19th, they are out for 2 weeks, all the way to like January 4th or January 5th. So for all the guys that take it for granted and don't realize what's going on with Congress and the dates and how important the dates are, you sleeping. And it may not impact you, but your grandmamas and aunties, you better believe it might be impacting them. Shout out to our brother 40 in the building. 40 say, Andre, you forgot the whole IS schedule in the House. The Speaker can, we talked about that. Speaker of the House has his discretion. The House is currently out of session pending the call of the Speaker. Oh, wow. So they're out of session right now. You said the Speaker can call and adjourn the House at his discretion. Yes, he can. And that's what I meant about emergency meetings. They can do that. The House is currently out of session pending the call of the Speaker. That's a dang shame, bruh. Dang shame. Let's go back to the video, gentlemen. Let's go back to the video. Just want you to see this.
On the shutdown, sir, are FBI officials being paid right now? Are all the FBI employees being paid, and are all the...
Well, that's what I understand. I hope so.
Thanks to your great work, Mr. President, the 1811 special agents at the FBI are going to receive their paychecks.
Got a lot of people paid, actually. We got the people that we want paid. Okay. And we want the FBI paid. We want the military paid. We got the people.
You said the people that we want to get paid will get paid. The people that we want to get paid will get paid. We don't want y'all to get paid.
people that we want paid. And I'll tell you, the Democrats, they don't talk about this. You know, we're getting rid of programs that we didn't like, but that were negotiated in, but we didn't like. We're terminating those programs, and they're going to be terminated on a permanent basis. And it's thousands of people, and it's billions of dollars. We're getting rid of a lot of things that we never wanted because of the fact that they made this stupid move. And they don't want to talk about it. You know, they have their day coming up. I hear very few people are going to be there, by the way. But they have their day coming up, and they want to have their day in the sun. But they should really make a deal.
Like, I see the news, right? I can read, whatever, right? But whatever the fuck that is, am I really about to take my family out of a semi-safer situation and then drop them in the middle of it? Drop them in the middle of it.
This is why the government is shut down right now. These numbers are so insane that people keep saying they're fake. So let me explain to you these very real numbers and what this means not only for the tens of millions of Americans that use the ACA credit, but literally anyone who uses healthcare, because this is what Republicans are fighting for. These are the cheapest healthcare plans available to a 62-year-old in Georgia with a household income of $65,000 a year. This year in 2025, they are paying $228 per month. Without the ACA credits next year, this is the cheapest plan available to them. It's the Anthem Bronze plan, which is going to cost them $1,142 a month. But Chris, those aren't the same plans. And also it's a little misleading because 2025 shows savings. Yeah, this $704 a month in savings, those are the ACA credits. That's what Republicans are trying to get rid of. So even if the plan stayed exactly the same in 2026, if we got rid of the ACA credits, this person would be paying $704 more per month.
My friend who's retired, I believe she's 67 now, just got her Medicare Advantage premium details for next year. And her out-of-pocket maximum expense went from $4,200 a year to over $10,000. So if she has some kind of emergency where she requires hospitalization or emergency room care on a retiree's income, she gets to pay up to $10,200. This is Republican policy. She lives in the state of Indiana. And this is what all the cuts to everything are doing, all the budget cuts to every state. And these are the decisions each state is making individually.
If you ever wanted proof that America's healthcare system is total trash, then here's your proof. First of all, we rank 69 out of 104 countries. Second of all,
I've been saying that for years. For years.
I just had to tell a lady that we couldn't pay her for having a stroke and for having diabetes and cancer all at the same time. Essentially, her major medical health care is charging her for out-of-pocket costs because they're only going to cover up to 80% of her disability and of her diagnosis. So us being her supplemental insurance company, we're supposed to at least help her with out-of-pocket costs. Well, guess what? We just told this lady that even though she had a stroke, even though she was diagnosed with diabetes and cancer, that we're not going to pay her anything because of certain medical conditions that she's not meeting. She does not have a neurological deficit from her stroke. Even though the lady is paralyzed on one side of her body, she's using a cane. She has to have help because she cannot meet 3 out of the 5 activities of daily living. She doesn't meet the requirements for the medical claim because she doesn't have a neurological deficit. It's hard to sit here and justify this. It's hard to sit here knowingly. It's just, I can't.
Because it just so happens that due to the fact that I was born an American, first generation American, due to the fact that I was born into it, a lot of my success and opportunity and whatnot does indeed lie in the connections I have with people in the States. Not to say that I would be unable to develop new relationships and succeed elsewhere. But then the thought process becomes, where do I go as a black man? Where do I go with my black family? Where? Right? I mean, I have to contend Like, I have to contend with the historical spread of hatred for me.
Okay. Let's bring a little clarity to those that that kind of think like he does. That think that everybody in the world hates black people. Let's bring a little clarity to that. When it comes to most of us that are traveling as Americans, black or white, the most judgment that you're going to get is that you're American. I have yet to see or hear of any of us, male or female, that's traveled to any of these countries that have had to deal with the level of disrespect, systematic racism, and so forth, like we deal with it in the United States. Now, mind you, on the economic side, black people from or in the United States are extremely wealthy compared to black people in other countries. The best country to be if you're a black person is the United States on the economic side. On the racial side, they are still hanging us in the town squares. There are still systems in place to put your name at the back of the line. There are white people now that have no problem looking at you and calling you darky, nigger, monkey, gorilla. A lot of countries we go to as people of color, they look at you out of inquisitiveness. Never seen a black guy out here before. But as far as trying to tear you down, all the people that complain about their experience in Italy, their racism. All the people that complain about, I went to Poland and they were racist. I bet you if you put their racism against you on a scale of the 400 plus years of racism that you still dealing with in the States, you can't compare it. So all you brothers that go to other countries, or all you guys that haven't been to other countries, and you think that it's just as racist and other people hate me around the world, don't nobody hate your ass. They might hate our country. They might hate the fact that you are from that particular country, but ain't nobody sitting around in other countries hating you because of your color. There'll be a few biased moments here and there, or there'll be a few moments where you're like, was that racial? Did that German lady just say something to me out of racism? It'll be an episode every blue moon, but it is nothing like being in the United States. United States lives and breathes racism. All of us are prejudiced. All of us have a form of race. All you do is just say, I ain't race, bullshit. They breed us to be like this. They breed us to use racism as a distraction so they can do whatever they want over here. As long as we're dumb enough, the poor whites, instead of giving poor whites giving poor whites land and money after slavery, you know what they did? They said, if we can convince the poor whites to think they are better than the poor blacks, we ain't got to give them nothing. And what did they do? Convince the poor whites to this day that they are better than the poor blacks, and yet not realize the poor whites have been used by the elite whites from day one, i.e. Trump. Used every redneck that he could find to become president again. Ain't nobody worried about your color in another country. Stop it. And if they do, it's so few incidents that it cannot compare to the time that the police stopped you and put a gun on you when you were 16. It can't compare to you knew when you was more than qualified for the job, but they gave it to the white brother or the white woman because you knew that you was black and they weren't gonna let your black ass have that management position. That little glance that the woman in Austria gave you ain't shit compared to the way that they talk to your dark-skinned daughter in school in the United States. So all y'all that worried about racism in another country, I'm gonna tell you now, as the chocolate man that I am and you are, it ain't shit compared to what we've been through and what they burnt down. Every time we build something, they burn it to the ground. And if all I gotta worry about is some little woman, white woman in Austria saying something under her breath, let that old woman in Austria speak. I don't care about that woman in Thailand that got something racial to say with her old ass. Let her old ass speak, because it ain't ish compared to the direct racism that I get in the United States, Canada, and UK. I'd rather listen to a goddamn old ass Polish, Italian white dude say some racial shit as I'm walking in fucking Italian bitches than to sit back and try to do my best in the States and they still systematically try to tear you down. You can't even be a black person in the United States to get a fair audit on your house. You knew every house in your neighborhood was going on sale for $500,000. How the fuck you get an audit? Not an audit, but for them to examine your house, and they come back and say your house is only worth $320. But then you get rid of all the white stuff in your house. I mean, the black pictures and everything, and you put some pictures of white people in that house, and you let them people come in there and check your house out, and all of a sudden your house is worth $550 because your black ass ain't representing it. And you think I'm supposed to worry about what some little ass Italian gotta say? Man, fuck with that. Dude, I would let that little, you niggers. And that's the worst I got to worry about. Some Italians saying you niggers. And I'm pushing the envelope when I say that. That's the worst. I ain't got to worry about nobody lynching me. I ain't got to worry about nobody like in South Carolina coming up in a black church and deleting me. I ain't got to worry like in Buffalo. White boy drive all the way up to Buffalo and delete all them brothers and sisters in a Target. I ain't got to worry about that. All I got to worry about this little Italian woman saying some racial shit. She ain't never been around a black person in her life. She just repeating some racial shit that she saw on TV. That's the worst I got to worry about? Shit. I wish I would walk around this world worried about what people got to say worried about racism outside the United States with the shit that we done been through for 400 plus years, almost 500 years in the United States. Y'all worried about, do women in the Philippines like black men? I don't give a fuck. Do American women in America like black men? You need to be worrying about that hell that you living in. Shit. Worried about it though. Do the women, do Colombian women like black men? Shit. Better than the women in the States do. Ask me that question. My answer gonna always be better than the women in the States do. Do women in China like black men? Better than the women in the States do. Do women in Australia like black men? Better than the women in the States do. Do women in Spain like black men? Better than women in the States do. Y'all run around these countries. I put in that brother's comment, the brother right here that's talking, I put in his comments, I said, brother, keep your ass back in the States. You belong there. Because with that self-defeating mindset about race, the only country where that mindset works to its fullest extent is the United States. If you want to feel racial pressure, keep your ass in the States or UK or Canada. Keep your ass there. Keep your ass right there in the States. Yeah, drive. I told him, I said, bro, yeah, take your family right back to the States. That's where you belong. You talk like you on a plantation. How the hell you talking like you on a plantation and you ain't been on a plantation in 10 years? They hate black people everywhere. Everywhere? How many of y'all been hated on in Colombia? Come on, let's be real with it. How many of y'all felt true hatred in Brazil? I mean, not a side eye, not a little snide remark. I mean the level of hatred that you got while you in the States, where ain't nobody gonna hire you. They mad because of this and that. But guess what? In the States, they mad because you married their daughter, and y'all worried about that in Thailand. How many of y'all done had some racial issues when you was in Thailand? I had a Thai dude just pull a noose out. Come on, 10 Thai dudes just took you and did you an Emmett Till. How many of y'all that happened to? Because I ain't read none of y'all that got arrested for beating up on some Thai dudes for trying to lynch y'all. Okay, it must have been in DR. How many of y'all done had some Dominican dudes try to lynch you because you was black? Me no black, Poppy. China? Gotta be China. Oh, not in China? How many of us been walking down the street in Brazil and all of a sudden the Brazilian dude niggers and just did a drive-by? Ain't nothing that ain't happening to y'all? Oh, but it damn sure happened in the United States and Canada and UK. So all that little racial fear that y'all got about other countries ain't shit compared to the racism and the reality of being in a country that makes its money off of racism. Most of these countries, the person make a snide remark about racism and their country ain't made no damn money off racism. Not as a mass and not over time. United States, it's been 500 years, fellas, and we still, United States white people still making money off of our backs. And you worried about the little snide ass remark some Italian chick said. What the fuck I would say? They're so racist in Italy. Shit, not me. They're so racist in Spain. They're so racist in Colombia. Compared to where I come from? Shit. Them little slick ass remarks that a Colombian will say in Spanish can't compare to shit that we've been through as a people. Every time you New Yorkers take y'all black asses to Central Park, you need to remember that was an all black, prosperous, successful neighborhood. And the government took it and tore it down and built y'all raggedy ass Central Park. And many of those people that you walking on, the graves are still up under it in that black community. Success, it wasn't no hood, it was a successful black community. And they said, fuck them black people, tore the whole thing down, didn't give them shit, and created your Central Park, New York. That compared to some little woman in Greece singing some racial shit. You trying to compare what they did to our people in New York to build a fucking park for some pigeons and homeless people? To a little snide remark that an Italian dude said at a restaurant? Man, get the fuck out of here. Y'all too weak for me. That's why I say some of y'all need to keep your ass right on that plantation, because you plantation built. You built for plantations, not for planets. I'm gonna say that again. Some dudes don't need a passport because your ass is custom built for plantations, not planets. Ain't no way in the world your ass supposed to be roaming around a planet with a passport. Your ass supposed to stay on that plantation like this brother right here. He should have kept his ass in the United States for 10 years. What the hell you roaming around the planet for if you got a plantations mentality? We are hated around the world. I put a couple of comments in his shit. Get you a backbone, bruh. The fuck you talking about? We hated around the world. They don't like us. I'm taking. They don't. I say go on. That's why I said, bruh. I purposely said, I say take your ass back to the States. Don't you ever leave again. I don't know what the fuck you was trying to do for 10 years, but being free wasn't one of them. I don't know what you tried to do for 10 years, but freedom was not part of your agenda. You've been going out the United States for 10 years and you crying about, yes, in other countries, the racism. Go on, take your ass back to the United States. Take your ass back to Canada. Go on back to UK. You're going to find out what real racism is. The racism that you forgot about while you was gone for 10 years. When your kids run home from school because there's 3 white kids chasing them, type of racism. You done forgot about that. The college boy that just got lynched earlier this year, you done forgot all about him, huh? You forgot all about him. The white boy that's in his mama's basement plotting right now to delete some black people right now. When the last time? Okay, here we go. Let's talk about it. Got something in my tooth. It just drives me crazy. Okay, I got it. Got a napkin right here. Okay. Let's talk about it. There's some white boys in their basement right now plotting on y'all black sons and daughters and mamas. Right now. Put in the comment section the country that your black ass had to worry about, that somebody's in the basement plotting on your black ass. Come on, put in the comment section. What country other than United States, Canada, or UK that you got to worry about some white boy in his mama's basement right motherfucking now, plotting on your mama, your grandmama, and your cousins? Cause you black. Go on, put the country in there. I'm gonna scroll down. I'm gonna scroll on down. I want to hear what y'all got to say. What? None. Only country that you know of is United States, Canada, and UK, where it's a white boy in the basement right now, or a bunch of white boys in the woods right now. Can't wait to delete your mama, your grandmama, and your cousins. And you want to talk about racism in another motherfucking country because a goddamn white boy in Poland side-eyed you because you was with a white Polish chick? They saw you as a black man with a Polish girl and they gave you the side eye. So you think that they hate your ass? Bruh, you done forgot what hatred is. Go and take your ass back to the plantation of the United States. Your black ass gonna learn what real racism is. Go on over to Canada, where the white boys will take your ass, delete you, and put your ass up in Alaska some damn where, in the goddamn woods, waiting for them goddamn bears to come. Go and take your ass to UK. You'll find your body in Wales some damn where. You brothers kill me with that one. That weak ass shit y'all be doing. Talk about some. Is there racism in other countries? They don't like your ass. Part of the reason why they don't like you, bruh, and they give you the side eye, cause your ass American. You look American, you walk American, you move American. All you brothers, I don't want you to get this through your mind. And I'm gonna tell you the truth. There is not a country where there are black people. There is not a city or a neighborhood where your black ass can go and they don't recognize that you're American. Get that out. It be having me laughing when y'all go down to Brazil and y'all go to the Afro-Brazilian areas and y'all be like, they look like me. I could blend in. Motherfucker, no, you don't. How stupid do you think Brazilian people are? You don't walk Brazilian. You don't give off the energy of a Brazilian. You ain't got the complexion of a Brazilian. Your energy is not like a Brazilian. Even if you speak Portuguese, you got an accent like a country boy. Everything about you says red, white, and blue. All you do is that be going to DR, talk about something. We blend right in with the Dominicans. No, the fuck you don't. You ain't never blend in a day in your life. How the fuck you got to own a $400 pair of Jordans and you blend in? You got a pair of jeans on that are $85 to $185. How the fuck you blend in? Your t-shirt, just a regular ass t-shirt, is $35 to $50. How the fuck you go wear a $50 white t-shirt, $180 jeans, a $300 pair of shoes, walking down the street among all these black people and your ass blend in? How the fuck you blend in? You got braids that they don't even braid that type of texture and style in South America. I done seen some of you dudes come down here with braids and the women stop y'all and just, the sisters be like, let me see your braid. How they do that? Can I take a picture of your head? I've been with brothers that's happened. I remember when Ace was getting his dreads done, his head twisted, man, female police officers, sisters was stopping Ace while we walking to see his dreads, because they don't do dreads like that in Colombia. Your black ass don't blend in. They know you American. Stop telling yourself that bare-faced lie. I'm tired of y'all lying to yourselves. We blend right in. No, the fuck you don't. You sitting up there with a watch. To you, that watch was $50. To them, they looking at, shit, it ain't nobody within 5 blocks of my neighborhood. My teachers ain't got no watch. My mama ain't got no watch. My daddy ain't got no watch. My cousins ain't got no watch. We ain't never worn no watches. You ain't never seen me. You ain't seen your Colombian chick with a watch on ever. You done dated 7 Colombian chicks. Ain't none of them bitches had a watch on. How the fuck you blended in and you got a watch on? So stop it. You do not blend in. You are a fucking American. I'm an American. I acknowledge I do not blend in. I'm not even trying to pretend I want to blend in. We're one of a kind. No, the fuck we ain't. I'm American. If we go into all these other countries and we're being judged by our nationality first, acknowledge it. You're being judged by your nationality first and your race last. You are being judged because you are an American first. Then they notice that your ass is black. But if you think that they don't know that you ain't one of them, you out your rabbit ass mind. Y'all funny with that one. You better acknowledge that you're an American and accept that when you go to other countries. I don't care if you took your ass to Africa. All y'all be talking about, and we go to Africa and we blend in and these are people and we're one in the same complexion. Get the fuck out of here. Them Africans know your ass ain't African. You can be, I don't give a damn if Austin Holloman, shout out to my brother, is in Kenya for 40 motherfucking years. Them Kenyans know he ain't from here. 40 years later, y'all gonna stop acting like these people in these countries don't know who the fuck you are. Yeah, I was talking to some people in Brazil and they thought I was Brazilian. Did they tell you that? Did they tell you they thought you was Brazilian? Every blue moon that shit'll happen. But most of the time, they looking at you with them goddamn $300 pair of Jordans on. They're like, that motherfucker not Brazilian. Those ain't even fake Jordans. Those are the real Jordans. You walking around in motherfucking Portugal with LeBron's on, and you talking about you blend in with the African culture, the Afro beats culture in Portugal. Nigga, no, you don't. You just an American in Portugal. You will never hear me tell myself that lie, talk about something. I blend in. Nigga, please. Shout out to 40 once again. I read this one. Shout out to Jews, the tech in the building. He said, Andre, I passed my age. What the heck is going on? We got great news. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about. He said, I passed my the machine learning one. The ML. It's not just the AWS practitioner. No. It's not the architect. Shout out to those that have passed the architect. But we're talking about the machine learning exam. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's give you another shout out. He said, I'm staying in America to get with the woman with a tummy like a bull, with a tummy like a bulldog's face. If this is your decision, my friend, so be it. But shout out to you with the $10 love juice. And congratulations once again, brother. I'm excited for you. I'm happy for you about that one, man. I am happy for you about that one. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And shout out to my man, Chill with Will, once again with the membership donations. Let's get back to the video. I've ranted enough. We got a lot of video left, so let me shut up. Yes, sir, Jules.
Like, have we internalized that? A lot of us have.
Peace, family. I need y'all to watch this video and make sure y'all watch it to the end.
Black people, I had my first day today at a new job. Black people, I had my first day today at a new job, and basically, without going too far into it, my job is to schedule care for people that need it. A lot of this job is going through applications for people who want to give care. I learned today, if it is a name that does not sound white, we are to move it to the completed tasks. We then note your application as moved due to name standards. Now, it's my first day, so I ask, what does that mean? I'm black, very light-skinned, obviously. And she says, and I said, you mean like our names? Like our names? Because I thought it was like a brand standard, like, no, it's literally our names. So I just want you to know, and everybody else to know, this 100% happens, and I have 122 screenshots of people, their names, their phone numbers, and their email addresses, and the reason why they weren't hired directly because of their name.
You looking for some workers? Yes, we are. How much? I am. About $60 for the day. Okay. Is that good? I need you guys to build. Yeah. Okay. Good job. I need help to build a deck. Okay, está bien. Does that work? I'll take all you guys. Yeah, just hop in. Just hop in. Oh no, not in the front. I washed the cab. I need you guys to get in the back. Atrás? Yeah, you can't. Yeah. Oye, güey, ¿dónde nos están llevando? Okay, settle down, you guys. I'm gonna close this on you. ¿Dónde? Now we have fun. We're gonna go over speed bump. Watch us. Hold on, Beaners. Sorry about that. I didn't see it. I didn't see the.
He called them beaners. Anybody ever heard somebody call them beaners? Like they eat beans. Beaners. Y'all trying to tell me America ain't racist?
Oh, there's another one. I'm sorry. The great thing about beaners is they are always willing to work. Always. That's what they're good at. They're good at working and having babies. They think they're coming over to my house to fix my deck. What they don't know is that we're not going to my house. We're going somewhere else. I'm not going to ruin the surprise, but we'll be there in a minute. Sorry, just blurb. Sorry. You guys okay?
¿Estás perdido, güey? ¿Vas a comprar comida?
Okay, yeah. I don't know what the fuck you just said. Macarena, something like that. I don't know. So we're almost there. Get ready for this. Ines, la migra! There's 6 of them right here. I got them.
Tonight, fired after calling back one of their drivers out on a delivery. The customer the driver was on the way to see allegedly wanted only a white person to make the delivery. Here's ABC's Mars Cavalcampo.
Home improvement retailer Lowe's has apologized after a veteran employee was pulled from a delivery job because he's black.
And I got a phone call on the phone telling me to bring the delivery back, saying that I couldn't do the delivery.
Danville, Virginia driver Marcus Bradley saying he was told the customer didn't want a black man in the house. Shockingly, the store honored the request.
I mean, I thought that Lowe's would take up for me.
So who did take up for him? His fellow driver of 11 years, refusing to complete the delivery with a new white partner.
To me, you know, it just ain't right for a business that we work at to go on with the woman's wishes.
In a statement, Lowe's says, "We have zero tolerance for behavior of that kind. We have apologized." But one person who is not sorry, the homeowner, as she told ABC affiliate station WSET.
Some people are cheering that Charlie was killed. How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less.
What did he just say? What did Trump just say? She said, how can we fix this country? Trump said, I know this is going to get me in trouble. But as president of the United States for everybody, I could care less. Let's bring that beat back. I want you to hear your boy. This your boy. All you trumpets, all you red hats, come on.
ABC affiliate station WSET.
Some people are cheering that Charlie was killed. How do we fix this country? How do we come back together?
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime.
Y'all not understand how fucked up America gotta be for you to work hard and still have no fucking where to go? It's just like, oh my gosh, when is it all going to end? Like, y'all, it's so bad to the point where even though you work, you more than likely can't even eat every day. Not even 3 times a day. Me, none. Yet they expect us to keep working with a smile on our face. Fuck all of that.
Bro, $15 billion a week, and you still think it don't affect you? I've been hearing people saying this government shutdown don't have nothing to do with them, but bruh, it's costing $15 billion a week. It's not just some DC problem. That's your school's rent money, city's rent money, and small business loans evaporating. Every week that passes, the economy bleeds out even more. State budgets dry up, funding pauses, and federal workers stop spending money, which hits every store, every gas station, every local spot. That trickles down faster than folks realize. You might not work for the government, but money moves through it. Less flow, less growth.
Almost 900,000 federal employees have been told they can't work. Go like and share this right now because a lot of people still don't know. Another 700,000 have been told they have to show up to work, but they're not going to get paid. We can't forget that these people are human beings just like you and me. They're not just trying to provide for themselves. They're providing for their families. And if you haven't heard it from anyone else, thank you for showing up. And for the ones that are not allowed to show up, I pray that you wake up tomorrow with better opportunities on your front doorstep.
Number 2 sign. Number 1 sign, I just showed you. I just showed y'all I shouldn't move back to the United States. Number 2 sign is I can't move back to the United States.
Get ready with me while I tell you the reasons that I'm never moving back to the fucking US after I graduate from college in Madrid.
So I'm going to college at IU University in Madrid, and I've been living here for almost 2 years. It'll be 2 years like in September, so a year and a half. And I grew up in LA my whole life. Like I never even thought about moving to Europe, moving to Spain or anything. And then one day I was like, okay, I need to move. Like I need to grow, I need to move, I need to get out of my environment. And it was the best fucking decision I ever made in my entire life. So first reason I'm not moving back is because like I absolutely love the pace of life here and the culture and how just like diverse it is living in Madrid. After I graduate, I definitely want to move to Italy or something because I love it there. But I love like how many there's just people from all over the world who speak all these different languages, and I feel like I'm learning and so much more about life than I would just like in LA.
Does anyone, a fellow American in this case, relate to the feeling of absolutely loving going on vacation outside of the country, but then finding it so painfully depressing to return here?
For those that can't see, she said that feeling when you land from a trip and you low-key depressed to be back in America. That feeling that you get when you land from a trip and you low-key depressed to be back in America. She's a very well-known TikToker. She says leaving Portugal to return to the U.S. is probably one of the hardest things that I've ever had to do. I boarded the plane after reading about another mass deletion in the United States. The U.S. is no longer home nor a safe place. And she's on a flight heading back to the United States.
Why are people so negative when you have to move back to the U.S.? Posted a video about my family and I moving back to the U.S. after 8 years being abroad. And that video had so many comments and I think I got about 3 million.
I'm glad she filmed herself. Oh, you know how many guys I know that cried going back to the States? Man, shit. I tell y'all all the time, I cried. Probably my first 2 or 3 times, I cried. I didn't even know that I didn't know how amazing life was outside the United States and how stressful life was back in the United States. I cried like a little kid taking his report card to his mama, and he got all F's. I cried like a dude that ended a relationship with a wonderful woman. Now I got to go back home to this fat bitch. I cried. It wasn't a boo-hoo cry, but you know how us do. We got that cool cry. You know, I'm gonna be all right. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah. Put it on film. And we're not talking about, see, this is the part. Esco. We got to let women be women, bruh. That's a woman. Let her cry on camera. I would rather have a woman being emotional as far as showing her feminine side, not emotional as far as showing masculinity all the time. We never complain when women show masculine shit on camera. But when they show feminine side, we call it cringe. I can understand. Because in America, we're so used to seeing on camera masculine ass women. When we just see women being vulnerable, It's cringe. And if I was still stuck in the States, I probably would have said the same shit. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'd have said the same thing because I would have been so programmed to seeing women in their masculinity on TikTok, on Instagram, on YouTube, World Star, TMZ. I'd have been so used to seeing women being masculine to see a woman be vulnerable on camera. That's some foreign shit to me. And I'd have thought like, what is that? What is that's creepy? A woman actually crying? Real tears? That's creepy. Women don't cry anymore, do they? I'd have been the same way. I'm not coming at you. I'm just noticing. That's a woman. That wasn't like a dude put it on camera. And I've known dudes that said that they cried. And I always admit on camera, I cried. Fuck that. I was miserable, depressed going back to that motherfucker. I wasn't a happy camper. I wasn't going back to the United States, just skipping it through the airport. Man, I got off that plane and wasn't nothing but fat bitches in bonnets and pajamas. You think I was happy to get back to the States? Like, look, all these fat, stinking ass people. I ain't smell no perfume. I ain't see no femininity. I ain't see no clean teeth. I ain't seen none of that shit. I thought Europeans had bad looking teeth. Shit, until I got back to America. Every time I turn around, somebody had a cigarette in their damn hands. I ain't used to seeing no people with cigarettes in their hand every blue moon. Everybody loud as fuck in the airport. I'm not used to being around loud ass people no more. I'm as loud as they get, and that's on camera. Off camera, I'm not loud. I kid you not, man. Shit, I was depressed going back to that motherfucker, knowing I gotta take my ass back to work from 9 to 9. Knowing if I get sick, shit, my bank account gonna be empty if I did get sick. Cause my premium's so fucking high. Hell yeah, I cried. I had to leave femininity to go back to these masculine ass women that's more harder than men are. I motherfucking boo-hooed. I ain't gonna even sit up here and pretend like that shit ain't hit me emotionally. Man, I sat up there and shed them tears. You'd have thought I lost a job or something. Like, damn, I've been working there 5 years, dog. I gave it all I could, man. I can't believe they fired me. That's how I was looking. It ain't had nothing to do with Andre. I didn't even know Andre at that time period. But I knew one thing, the life I was going back to, known as the United States, was so fucked up. And I didn't realize how fucked up my life was in the United States until I left that bitch. And when I left and I had to go back to that fat bitch, dude, I cried. I cried. Hell yeah, I had to go back to them unhealthy ass food. I had to go back and be around black men you can't tell shit to. I'm just coming from Medellin. I'm meeting positive ass black men. I'm just coming from Central America, meeting positive black men. I'm just coming from the Caribbean islands, meeting positive black men. And then I had to go back to y'all ungrateful ass, can't tell your shit ass. I had to go back to regular ass niggas. When I'm so used to being around black men, I had to go back to niggas. Man, that shit was depressing. I didn't know what it was like to be around niggas no more. Just on that small trip taught me there's a difference between black men and niggas. I knew it in the States, but when you see it like in a grand scale to where you can tell who is Pookie or the niggas and who ain't the niggas. So to be around black men that was just talking about positive things, and this brother from this country, and that brother from that country, and this person from this part of the country, and that person that part of Canada or the United States, dudes that I would have never gotten a chance to meet if we all did have the same passport. And then I had to go back to raggedy ass brothers in Tampa, raggedy ass brothers in Detroit, raggedy ass brothers in Philadelphia, raggedy ass DC brothers, raggedy ass LA brothers, raggedy ass Texas brothers. Hell yeah, I cried. Shit. I was around good brothers. Good white. I was around white dudes that had a chance to put that fucking racial mantle down and didn't have to imitate what their family was saying, where they could just be themselves, white boys. The white boys that say, man, my family racist. I ain't even racist like that. Them white boys. And then I had to go back to the States to be around them racist ass rednecks. Hell yeah, I cried. Why you think I don't be in such a rush to go back to the States? To that damn food y'all eating. The water you drinking. The only thing good about the United States is military and money. If you ain't focused on money and focused on the military, what the fuck you there for? You can't say, because we got great family dynamics. Don't nobody go to our country because of family dynamics. Ain't nobody ever put out an article on America, the top 10 country that's family oriented. Nobody go to our country because we family oriented. The only people that are family oriented in our country are people that come from other countries that are family oriented. But we ain't famous for that shit. Hell yeah, I cried. So when a woman cries on camera, I enjoy seeing the femininity because I recognize it. Why? I ain't in the States. Colombian women cry off everything. Brazilian women cry. Let their ass watch a telenovela. They cry when somebody graduate. They cry on somebody's first day of school. They cry with good news. They cry with bad news. I'm so used to my wife crying. It's just part of the package. If you're going to deal with a come on, guys, all you guys that know these feminine Latinas and these feminine Asian women, they will cry about good days. They will cry about bad days. They are super, super sensitive femininity. We are so programmed as men in the States to deal with masculine ass women that we ain't, some brothers, and I'll be honest, some brothers ain't had feminine pussy a day in their life. You done fuck 50 women in your life and you ain't not once had a real, like some of these African women, some of these Asian women, some of these women in Brazil. I'm talking about femininity just coming out their pores. It says, I am a girl. I am a woman. There's nothing about me that says a man. And you ain't never had no pussy like that. And you wonder why dudes be crying when they get back on the plane, because they got to go back to them old masculine ass, mouthy ass, rude, disrespectful, pH balances off, funky ass women back in the States. That 84% to 86% of black women are considered fat or obese. You think a motherfucker wasn't crying going back to a country of fat bitches? Are you crazy? Hell yeah, I'm shit. My tears was longer than hers. I'm sitting on I ain't even know I was gonna cry. I'm sitting on a plane like this. What's wrong with you, Dre? I don't know. Get together, Dre. You know how you do the blow? Would you like a drink, sir? Yes, can I get some water? Got to go back to this motherfucker. And I remember as soon as I got the plane, going down the elevator, and wasn't nothing but fat bitches in bonnets, loud as hell. And I'm back in this raggedy ass motherfucker. In the name of money and military. Shit. What the fuck I would pretend like I don't want to see a woman being feminine and shedding her tears. I'm sorry that some of us are used to being around feminine women. And we used to seeing women that just feminine enough to just cry and let it out. Because in the United States, them deep voice ass women that we used to in the States, we ain't used to seeing feminine women just cry for no reason and show their emotions and their tears. Shit, girl, cry, baby. Cry for Dre. Let these motherfuckers know that there's still some feminine women in the world that ain't got no problem with being a woman. It's the fuck I would tell her don't cry. Many hard ass women y'all got. What y'all expect her to do? Just hold that shit in an arm wrestle, huh? She's supposed to sit up there, and then y'all wonder why too many women, including the black community, are on type of depressant drugs and smoking weed and drinking more wine than anything, because they got to be so fucking masculine in the United States. They got masculine. They gotta hide that shit. So now they gotta hide it behind some goddamn wine and Pinot. They gotta hide it behind that marijuana addiction. They gotta hide it behind them depression, the depressing pills and therapy and all them goddamn pills they gotta take. Cause y'all don't let them be feminine and shit. Y'all rather them be masculine, the hard as y'all ass is. The fuck I would be going leaving the United States just to be around a bunch of ass masculine women. Then y'all want to talk about them because they cry on camera. Get the hell out of here. Y'all better let that woman be feminine. What the fuck wrong with y'all? Seriously. I love seeing women show feminine side on camera. Cry, baby. Baby, damn with them damn American men talking about with they hard ass, and they got them hard ass women. Baby, shed your tears. If ain't nobody on your team, Andre on your team, shed your tears, baby. Shed your tears. Show that you are all feminine woman. Shit. Fuck, I would tell a woman, don't be a woman. Don't be emotional like a woman. Let me bring that beat back. I want to see her cry again. I want to see her shed her tears again. I want to see her be a woman, because that's what women do. They show their emotional sides. Hell, y'all.
Why are people so negative when you have to move back to the U.S.? Posted a video about my family and I moving back to the U.S. after 8 years being abroad. And that video had so many comments and I think I got about 3 million views on YouTube. But let me say this. People are rooting for your demise. But listen, that video was old from last year. I've lived in multiple countries since then. I'm no longer in the US. But it's just sad that people really are rooting for you to fail. And the fact that if someone is picking up, leaving with their entire family, going to another country, they are starting from zero. And those particular people should be admired, because everybody cannot do that. On top of the fact that if things...
She's absolutely correct. The number one haters you're going to get when you relocate to another country are your fellow Americans. Don't you ever think that your fellow Americans got your back when you get ready to leave America. They will hate on your black ass before they clap for your black ass. And she's right. It's not easy to do. A lot of y'all got the money to have been gone. I'm going to say this again. Some of y'all black asses should have been gone. You got the money. You got the money. You ain't got no kids. You've been divorced for what, 7 years? You got the money. You've been divorced. You got your certifications. You got everything you need. You got your money in order. You got your house in order. Everything is in order. The only reason that's keeping you in the United States is whatever excuse that you use every day when you wake up. She's 100% correct. It's not about you having the economics to do it. A lot of dudes ain't got the mindset to do it. A lot of women ain't got the mindset to do it. In the words of Booker T. Washington, and I've told this story plenty of times, in his autobiography, when slavery ended, Massa called everybody to the front porch. Booker T. Washington said, I'm a shorty, I'm a kid. 10, 11, 12. He said, I'm standing next to my mama. My mama started crying. I don't know what's going on. Massa and his family crying. I don't know what's going on. He said, I tug on my mother's apron. Mama, what's going on? Mama looked at Booker T. Washington. He said, my mama told me, baby, we's free, but we don't know where we gonna go. and we don't know what we gonna do. And a lot of y'all got the freedom to get the fuck off the plantation, but you scared because you think that you don't know where you gonna go and you don't know what the fuck you gonna do. That's why you still in the States. That's why a lot of dudes be hyping up the States like, I'll never leave America. The only reason you don't leave America is not because you making the money that good. You got it like that already. The reason why a lot of us don't leave America because we ain't got the balls to do it. We ain't got the balls to actually have a whole life and trust in yourself and trust in your fellow brethren that's waiting for you on the other side, and trust on all the sisters that's waiting for you on the other side, and trust in your own God. All y'all Christians and Muslims and 5%ers and Shiites and Jews and Catholics, y'all talk all that spiritual shit, but when it's time to trust God, y'all ain't got no fucking balls, and God gave you the money to do it. And you still got your ass stuck in another shutdown. Trump came around twice. It's one thing that this dude came around as president one time and you ain't get your ass out. This dude came around again and you sitting up there with your fellow Americans bitching about what's going on, and you got the money to leave. For those that don't and you working on your money, I ain't talking to you. I got your back, brother. I know what you trying to do. Stack your paper, brother. Get your education, brother. Get your businesses in order. I got your back. But I'm talking about the dudes that already got the proceeds to leave and ain't got no responsibilities at home. Your mama passed away like my mama passed away. Or your mama's still alive and she been told your black ass, baby, go live your life. I'm all right. I'm all right. Now, baby, this is your turn. It's time for you to go live your life. Your mama been told your ass to go. And you still got your ass in Kentucky scared to leave and got a bag full of money. So a lot of times when your fellow Americans don't believe in you, it is your job to believe in yourself and let all the other brothers and sisters that are traveling and going to these other countries be your tool of encouragement. You guys are my tool of encouragement, like I am your tool of encouragement. You pat me on the back, I pat you on the back. Because we know that don't nobody understand the movement of black men with passports and white men with passports and women with passports, except those of us who use our passports. The rest of America trying to tear us the fuck down. The rest of UK will try to tear your ass down. The rest of Canada will tear your ass down before they tell you to go. How many of y'all got family members that told you you should use your passport or you should get a passport? How many of us got our passports on our own? Our family didn't even know we had one. Except for some of you military brothers. Except for some of you brothers that have always been traveling. But the rest of us, shit. Your family didn't even know you had a passport and you'd have been to 10 countries already. Your family ain't know shit. They found out you've been traveling at country 11. The only people that's been on your side since day one is other men and women that got passports like you do and travel like you do. So stop waiting for Americans, stop waiting on Canadians, stop waiting for mere mortals back in these countries to be on your team. Ain't nobody gonna be on your team like other people that use passports. Nobody. You can forget that shit. Your mama who ain't got no passport, if she ain't encouraging you, because she don't understand what you doing. Your daddy, if he not encouraging you, because he don't understand what you doing. Come to one of us. We know exactly what you doing. You see how it was with our brother Jules when he said he got his certification? You know why I could do that immediately? Because I understand what the hell a machine learning certification or the AI machine learning certification is. In other words, I'm now in that cloud engineering arena. And since I'm in that arena, I could go like this for my brother. But if I wasn't in cloud engineering, I wouldn't know what the hell machine learning is. Ain't nobody gonna be there for us but us. Y'all better get that shit out y'all head. If you think your family members gonna cheer you on and go be at the airport when you leave, that's in the fucking movies. Maybe white people go through that. But ain't nobody gonna be sitting up there like throw a going away party for your ass. That's what you waiting for? You waiting for somebody to throw a going away party for your black ass? Then you gonna leave America? You will be a waiting ass. You will be broke before some of y'all family members cheer you on, and some of your best friends cheer you on to leave the United States, to leave Canada, to leave UK. If you think your best buddies that you grew up in the barbershop with understand you, them niggas don't understand you the way that we do. Not on the travel side. They understand you in every area of life. But when it comes to travel, global travel, you might as well get you a new bunch of friends in regards to that area, because your friends in the States don't know a goddamn thing about travel the way you do. But we do. We understand you. And I talk to my friends in the States all the time. But I know them dudes don't understand travel like and they dudes travel. They travel throughout the country. But them dudes don't understand travel, global travel like I do. But you guys do. And so I lean on you. And you lean on me. Shit, man. Y'all better get together, bruh. She absolutely correct. A lot of times you dudes ain't moved because you ain't got the fucking balls to do it. And then want to say it's too dangerous out there in the world. Well, keep your ass on that plantation and be just like Booker T. Washington's mama. We don't know where we gonna go, and we don't know what we gonna do. Shout out to Jacquez being in the building. I'm dipping in somebody else's conversation. I just want to give Jacquez a shout out. Zeta says this. He said, honestly, Dre, he said, I think the best is best that some people don't know when you. Facts. Don't know I'm outside the States. It's more peaceful like that way. Yup. My Uncle Jeffrey, Ghostface, right? Family be asking me all the time when I talk to family. They be asking me about Jeff. Ask Jeff. Ask Jeffrey. Don't ask me, ask Jeffrey. I'm not about to spread this man's business about his travels to Colombia. He said, I threw my own departure, brother. If you don't preach, that's exactly what I did. Didn't care who attended or not. Absolutely correct, bruh. When I left, it was me and my boy Pete, my co-worker, who was the one that kind of like kept me encouraged. He had never traveled, but he saw how important this was. He saw me traveling back and forth to all these countries. And then when I finally chose Colombia, he saw how serious I was. And I got me an apartment and I got it all furnished. Then I met Andrea and all this stuff. All this stuff was going on. He was there to see it. And he kept me encouraged. And then I met some of you guys and you guys kept me encouraged. And so it was me and Pete. Me, Pete, and then me and my boy John, white boy, my white brother, my sidekick. Me and John. And then me and my boy D. The brother who I told you who made the movies, who created the movies. Other than that, nobody else. Nobody else but you guys. Nobody else but you guys. But to everybody else, I was quiet as a church mouse. You ain't lying. I was quiet as a church mouse. That's serious. Let's continue on, gentlemen.
Don't work out, or if you just want to come back home to visit, you know, you got older parents, people in their minds, they don't understand the concept that people come back home to either live or visit, and things just don't work out, right? And that is okay to move back to the U.S. for whatever reason. But my advice to all the negative people is that you should mind the business that pays you.
The tragic thing about leaving the U.S. and then coming back, nothing is the same. I went to my
Now we're talking about, at this point, we're talking about I can't move back to the United States. I couldn't move back to the United States. One of the reasons I couldn't move back to the United States is my United States is gone. Things aren't the same. Prices, people, infrastructure has changed in certain areas. Even Detroit doesn't look like Detroit that I knew before I left. Tampa's changed. A lot of its infrastructure has changed. The United States has moved on without me. That's another reason why I can't. It has moved on. How you guys date in the United States. Let's say if I was single, how you date in the United States. I don't date that way. So how you guys move on a day-to-day basis, that's brand new United States. My version of United States disappeared in 2016 with my experience. So she's absolutely correct. Everything is different.
Favorite restaurant, one of my favorites, and got food. And nothing is the same. Nothing tastes good anymore. I've been here almost, by the time I leave, it'll be a total of 10 days. I've had home cooked food. I've eaten at restaurants. This would be like, it's not fast food. It's fast food slow, but it's a really good restaurant locally. And I love their food, but it doesn't taste the same. And it's like, you know, when you go somewhere and you're like looking for that flavor and you're like craving it and you get it and you take that bite and it's just like, that's how I felt the first time I drank Coke or Pepsi in Europe, because it's different. So, note to self, I was only gone for 6 weeks, but in that 6 weeks, like my tolerance for salt, sugar, and just the taste of the food has completely changed. It's kind of freaking wild. That said, I'm ready to go back. I literally said today, like, I miss home. It's like I'm at home, my hometown, but I miss my home in Barcelona. Take me back.
I moved back to America after being abroad for 8 years, and let me tell y'all, it was a struggle. I don't see enough videos talking about the transition moving back to the United States from being abroad for years. When we landed in the United States, we immediately felt oppressed, bamboozled, hoodwinked, robbed, ordering food, gas, renting cars, hotel costs, going to see the doctor. It was just too much. We decided to pack our bags after a few months and get up out of there. I felt so down and depressed. I could not wait to get back on that plane. We need to talk more about this topic, especially transitioning back, because a lot of people ain't doing well. They're not doing well. They are not doing well.
I thought leaving the country was going to be like the biggest culture shock. Turns out the biggest culture shock was actually moving back to America, man. So we've been back, back in the States from Thailand. We lived in Thailand for 9 months straight. Completely 90 days since we've been back, like trying to get back to used to driving a car. But off rip, just the prices, man. Like the first day we touched back down, like we spent $300 immediately. And that doesn't sound like much because we're used to spending that here, but man, like in Thailand, that was my rent for the month. So I legit just dropped my rent payment after just touching down at the airport. Then there's not even to mention housing, like trying to get an apartment, trying to get back settled and stuff like that. Like, people want to see 3 times the rent. You realize how it's not walkable here in any city. Like we're technically in the city right now, but it's not walkable at all.
Living in America, you have a good and you have a bad. As when me just come live here, bro, me dey in a house in months. And you see, when I think what people not tell you, bro, when I think what people don't tell you when you come and find out, that it is very depressing. Nobody not tell you. It is so depressing sometimes, my youth. Worse when you not have no friends.
I'm a bad mind thing, this brother. America is not a bed of roses, as how people paint it for me.
And on the other hand too, you see if you have somebody who are willing to work, bro, you can make it a better roads. If you're willing to work, you can make it worth your while.
True. Enough people come here and get caught up in the fast life. They want quick money. As we mentioned, the quick money. Within that 2 years, bro, good boy like me left teaching job and come over here. And when Missy say, me hit rock bottom, bro, you know what I'm saying? Me start selling that. Bro, when me tell you, say, it's like, I try to survive.
Survival instinct.
Me not have no paper. Me not have no papers. The amount of floor and couch when me sleep on, bro. Me never yet do them something as poor as me usually be. It was, if me sleep on floor at Jamaica.
Not by choice.
Ever. Brother, those 2 years, bro.
Rough.
Living in America is exhausting. You wake up tired. You go to work tired. You come home, barely surviving. Go to sleep. Wake up, go to work, come home, and you're still fucking broke. Every single month, rent's due, rent is through the roof, groceries are double what they used to be just 2 years ago. You go to the gas pump to fill up your car and it's like you paid another car note. Everything, and I mean everything is up in price, but your paycheck, still the same. And once inflation gets done with it, it's probably even a little less. Yet somehow, they keep telling us, just budget a little bit more. Just work a little bit harder. Like, I'm sorry, how many jobs do I need now? 4? 5? 7? That's not living. That's barely surviving.
I feel like a lot of us don't need therapy. We need a revolution. 1 in 4 people in the U.S. are on a psychiatric drug. We are a chronically ill country with poisonous food and no universal health care. As a therapist, I always say what I learned in grad school, I should have learned in elementary school because this stuff is very graspable. I see every mental health symptom as an adaptation that at one point helped you to survive in the environment you were in. I relate a lot of symptoms to a car alarm. Our symptoms are signals to us. Although my car alarm might be annoying and frustrating to listen to, it is designed to signal to me that something is off in the environment and what I need to attend to protect my car. When you have signals and alarms going off in your body's trying to tell you something. If I always have anxiety after I hang out with this person, or I always have anxiety after I eat this food, that anxiety is feedback that I need to look, maybe that person evokes something in me that I need to deal with personally, or maybe that signal means I need to stop hanging out with that person. Maybe I need to stop eating that certain food that my body's telling me, hey, you don't feel good when you eat this food. But what a lot of us do is we go to the doctor and we say, I'm feeling anxious, I'm feeling depressed, and the doctor often doesn't have time to assess, well, how well connected do you feel to the people around you? How connected do you feel at your job? Do you feel aligned with your purpose? Do you feel like you have meaning in life? What's your nutrition like? Instead, they give us a pill to cover that symptom, and then we stop getting feedback. But because the root cause was never dealt with, we're on a perpetual loop of managing symptoms instead of discovering the root cause. We lose feedback, and I think without those signals, we become more and more disconnected and more numb to what actually needs change, right? In ourselves and in the world.
I live in America, and for the longest time, I thought I was depressed. I thought I was the problem. I thought something was wrong with me. This is until I went on TikTok and I started seeing other perspectives from people that lived in other countries. People just speaking their mind, people talking about the systems, people talking about the type of cities they live in. This combined with also traveling to Europe and some other different cities. And after all of this, one thing I've come to realize is that it's not me. This is something that all of us millennials and surrounding generations are going through collectively. We are all being collectively gaslit to make us believe we just need to pick ourselves up from our bootstraps, just work a little harder, just stop buying that Starbucks. But what's really going on is we're just facing the reality that none of us will ever be able to afford a home. We're all under constant anxiety because we're afraid of being bankrupt because of medical expenses. We can't afford school. Cost of living have skyrocketed astronomically. On top of this, 90% of America is forced to live in car-centric cities that deplete the human spirit and force you to be dependent off the fossil fuel industry.
That's true. He made a great point right there. He said that most of us Americans live in car-centric cities that force us not to interact because you're always in your car. Some of us haven't. I won't lie. I have a vehicle, and I haven't walked like this as much as this since I was a kid. Since I was a teenager, walking through Detroit with my boys, just walking through the neighborhood, listening to hip hop music, or just a kid playing in the yard or playing down the street, playing football with my friends down the street. I haven't walked this much since I was a teenager. Many of us can say this, except for maybe you military brothers, but most of us have been in our cars, and the only time we walk is into the building or out of a building, into a building or out of a building. Yeah, some of us walk on the treadmill every once in a while, but for the most part, other countries walk or are healthier just because they walk more than we do. And we shun, let's be honest, we shun people that we see walking. Oh man, they must be poor. They must not have a car. They're walking. You could be walking for exercise. And you be thinking of people looking at you funny as they drive by in their cars because you can't afford a car. And you just walking for exercise. Well, you just didn't feel like driving your car to Walmart and you knew it was a 2-mile walk. And so you said, hey, I'm gonna lose these extra 10 pounds and I'm gonna walk 2 miles. Americans will make you feel bad for just walking to Walmart instead of driving. So it ain't like he lying about that one. It's not like he lying.
It's already bad enough that most of us can't afford cars, but the systems we built continue to kick us while we're down, making us feel like second-class citizens and pariahs from society because there's no supportive public transit. And these are just a few things I can think of off the top of my head. So yeah, it's not you, it's not me. We're fucking depressed all the time because we live in systems that are not designed for us. They've been tinkered and toyed with by lobbyists and corporate interests to serve the few and not the many. And the thing a lot of people don't realize is it doesn't even matter where you stand in politics. If you work for your paycheck, this affects you. So I think it's about time we stop letting the media dictate the narratives between us. Stop letting them tell us that it's the person down the street that's the problem. It's time to focus our attention on the 1% of the 1% that has received bonus after bonus after bonus, all while the average American's wage has not raised a penny. Deep in your heart, you know something's not right about this, and it's about time we start making noise.
And the last time that I've seen is that, let's go back. First sign I saw about America is that, let's go back here. First sign I saw, let me just
know something's not right about this, and it's about time we start making noise.
I wouldn't move back. If everything crumbled here in Colombia, I'll choose another country. If everything crumbled in that country, I'll choose another country. If everything crumbled in that country, I choose another country before I move back to the United States. I would live in a small village in Switzerland before I moved back to the United States. I just showed you why I shouldn't. I just showed you why I couldn't, because of some of the issues that are going on and how America has just passed me on, has just passed by without me. Now I'm about to show you I wouldn't. And I'm gonna show you why.
Couldn't even pay me to go back to America. After leaving America almost 3 years ago, and right now your boy's out here in Thailand, bro. There ain't no amount of money in this damn world that would ever want me to go back to living in that damn rat race, living in them mindset of brainwash. Absolutely not. I promise you, it's crazy that I was coming from New York, and I'm telling you guys this now, living in America was the biggest brainwashed in my damn life. I left America. I'm living the best life. I'm making more money, spending less money, living like a king. It is crazy. Why the hell would anybody want to live in America? Leave America, and I promise you, just do it for like a month. Do it for like 2 months. It will change your whole outlook on how life is. Follow my journey, bro. I've been documenting this whole entire thing. Go to my YouTube, Cash Travels. I've been documenting this for like almost 3 years. I am not going back to America. I make a full-time living because of social media, digital marketing. If you want to learn, throw me a follow, comment down below. And no, there ain't no amount of money in this damn world that's going to convince me to go back to America. I'm good.
If you're an American living abroad, please tell me why you would never go back.
Because I don't have to worry about affording my health insurance, because my kids can go outside and play without me having to worry because the crime rates are so much lower, public transportation, 30 plus vacation days a year, so much paid paternal leave, because my son is now bilingual and working on becoming trilingual, because I'll save $100,000 in my son's paid university tuition, because I no longer have to worry about my own student loans, because even though I live in the most religious state, I'm not shamed for being atheist, because I can actually afford daycare, because my kids don't have to worry about being unalived at school, and because my taxes actually go towards helping other families.
You're not depressed, you're just in the United States. I'm out here in Mexico, eating an elote. Depression gone.
Listen to me very closely. You are not depressed. You're just in the United States. Look at where I am. I'm in El Salvador right now, eating mangoes next to a bunch of fucking plátano.
You are not depressed. You're just in the United States.
Sounds about right.
You are not depressed, you simply just live in the US. Now, I was born and raised in America, and I've lived in Asia, Europe, and America, and I've traveled to over 30 different countries all around the world, and let me just tell you, America is not it. Right now, I'm living in Barcelona, Spain, and everything from the work-life balance to the food, the grocery shopping, the nightlife, the cost of living, the work-life balance, the quality of life, the healthcare system, everything is so much better here than it is in America. And honestly, America is definitely a great place to live for a lot of different people, but it has the potential to be so much better than it actually is. And a lot of other countries around the world are just taking way more advantage of the resources that they have. Of course, I'm not going to come on here and act like every country I've been to has been perfect and they don't have flaws, because they're not. But I spent $1,000 a month on this super nice apartment in Barcelona. I went to the doctor not too long ago and only paid $125 for a full workup without insurance. And literally in America, that could cost you thousands of dollars. Spain has one of the best healthcares in the world. Like, I can go walking down the street. All the streets are walkable. The public transportation is absolutely amazing, and it's inexpensive. And just the overall quality of life here is amazing. And I don't have to worry and stress about money every single second of every single day. And honestly, once you move out of America and you actually see what other countries have to offer, it opens up your eyes to the point to where you literally just don't want to go back. And let me tell you this, I've lived all around the world and I've been traveling nonstop for the last several years. I have zero intention on moving back to America. But that's just me. Y'all do what y'all want.
Listen to me very closely. You are not depressed. You're just in the United States. Look at where I am. I'm in El Salvador right now, eating mangoes next to a bunch of fucking plátanos. Depression gone.
Being an American, especially right now, is such a crazy experience, but most people honestly don't understand until they decide to leave the country and see how other people actually live and exist in this world. My friends and I were talking about like going on a trip because we just need to like get away. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, there are people who live and exist in places that they never feel like they have to escape from it. And I was telling them how I felt when I went to Mexico. It was like I was enjoying myself so much. It was almost spiritual for me, because I literally took a moment where I realized that I was just like walking in the street. I had no worries. Like, the normal stress that is on me usually in like the day-to-day world in America was not on me. Everybody was super communal. It was super safe. Like, I had a good time. And don't get me wrong, I know that bad things happen all over the place, but like, I had never existed in such a space where I just didn't really have to worry. And I don't know if a lot of us pay attention to all of the anxiety and stress that is pushed in the media that we consume. But I'm telling y'all right now, I have to unsubscribe. I have to unsubscribe, especially with American media right now. It's like I'm watching people try and gaslight millions and millions of people in real time, and I just have to just disengage and move out the country.
A lot of my friends ask me, when are you coming back to the US? And I don't really see myself living in the US for a while now. And one of the huge reasons why is last year I broke my nose and I took an ambulance to the hospital, got a scan and got it all fixed up, got painkillers, and that ended up costing me about $300. My sister, who lives in Hawaii, got into a car crash and basically went through the same thing. She didn't have any broken bones, but ambulance, painkiller, and she's $8,000 in debt.
7 places with the best healthcare overseas, and due to low medical costs, many foreigners skip health insurance altogether, which is a chief concern for anyone moving abroad. The options I'll show you are practically free. Number 1 is Chitre, Panama. There's a Johns Hopkins partner hospital specializing in heart attacks and heart disease. With or without insurance, treatment is 100% free. They have gold standard doctors, and many are fluent in English.
Johns Hopkins Sister Hospital. All it takes you a flight to Panama, and it's absolutely free. The Johns Hopkins.
Okay, so while we're exposing the luxury goods market, let's start exposing the overpriced healthcare market that we have. And I'm going to tell you guys how to get your healthcare so much cheaper. You don't know, in other countries right now, there is a whole sector of tourism called medical tourism. There's people going to other countries getting medical care at a fraction of the cost. I went to Albania this summer and I got LASIK eye surgery, and I also got the best dental care of my life. So I'm going to give you guys a full transparency breakdown of what all the prices were over there. This isn't just limited to medical either. You can, and I did, go get facials, fillers, Botox, your nails done, your hair done, all of it. My LASIK eye surgery was $1,200 compared to what would be $6,000 or $8,000 in America. I went to European Eye Clinic. They were amazing. For dental, I got my teeth cleaned and I got cavities filled. One cavity filled was around $30. Before I knew about any of this, I got a root canal done here in Austin, Texas. It was the worst experience of my life, $4,000. And when I had asked...
Hell no. Bruh. I just got a root canal done. I just got one. Dude, couldn't have been 3 months ago. Couldn't have been. My copay on my root canal, 84 cents. $0.84. That's why we on the part where I said I wouldn't move back to America. 84 cents. Now, include my $100 a month Colombian medical insurance, but my copay was 84 motherfucking cents. Teeth cleaning, free. Twice a year, of course. 84 cents. They were good. I'm talking about she put the needle off in there, made sure that everything was numb, and took care of her business. I didn't feel none of it. $4,000. $4,000. God dang, bruh. He said, I went to VA to see how, Veterans Administration to see about teeth cleaning. 400. Why do I not tell y'all? I tell you guys all the time, when you come to these other countries, get some of the medical stuff done that you need to get done. If you need an MRI, get it done. If you need your teeth done, your teeth x-rayed to see if anything going on, get your x-rays. If you need the teeth clean while you in these countries in DR and get your teeth clean. There's no way you should be leaving Thailand. You came in with a raggedy ass mouth and you leaving in 2 weeks with a raggedy ass mouth. There's no way you should be coming to Colombia and you been to Medellin or Cali and you ain't got nothing done to your mouth. Nothing. My insurance copay is only $100 a month. And I'm talking about Sura, top of the line insurance. I'm not talking about some decent mid insurance. I'm talking about the best of the best insurance. Only $100 a month. And if, like I always say, if we had 5 or 10 kids, guess how much my copay will be? Or my payments, my premium will be? My payments will still be $100 a month. If I paid out of pocket for my root canal, I would have paid a couple $100 at most here in Colombia. That $4,000, that would have never happened if I paid out of pocket. Theo says last year when I went to the emergency room, I remember that for high blood pressure, and I had surgery. Even with insurance, I paid $15,000. I told you guys I've had 2 surgeries since I've been here in Colombia, 2 major surgeries. What was my copay? 0. I paid 0 for the hospitalization, medication, 2 major surgeries. $0. In a country where medical ranks number 22. I think it's dropped down to 32. In the United States, number 69, and it moved up to number 39. United States insurance, not insurance, United States medical has never been better than Colombia. United States research, medical research is better than most countries, yes. But the actual act of what doctors do, United States is in the top 10 for malpractice. Actually, United States ranks number 6 for the most malpractice lawsuits in the world. Because the United States is famous for either leaving something in your body or taking out the wrong body part. Like they'll leave gauze, they'll leave sponges, they'll leave cotton in your body. Stuff that was part of the surgery that they use, they leave it in your body. Very famous for that. Or taking out the wrong body part during surgery. Yeah. So I'm with Theo on that one. He said, I'm getting braces next month. It's only $1,200 in Colombia compared to, I got a brother that I did a consultation with today. Same thing with him. He'll be here in a couple weeks. He'll be here in a couple weeks. Same thing. He's getting his braces. $650. My dentist. He said, I couldn't believe it, Dre. He said, I thought that he said, if I had known that she's the same doctor that does many of our veneers, many of our root canal work, many of our cleaning. She's been in the business for 25 years, her own, and she has a whole team. He said, I'm getting my braces in, Dre, finally. $650. So I could see the $1,200. I could see that compared to the $8,000. Crazy. He said, my experience with dental in the States is that it's a separate plan. Usually they cover a couple of cleanings. True. He say up to $1,500. That's how mine was in the States too. Like the video Richie Mack sent me. Yeah, shout out to Kelvin being in the building. Yep. That's why I say when you go to these other countries, man, you go to Thailand, you go to Philippines, dude, get some work done. A lot of times us men don't go to the doctor's office because it's just too expensive. So we let the rest of the family go. But dude, don't go to these other countries, man, and don't do something, at least a teeth cleaning. At least schedule an MRI. Do something, man, to take care of your health, because you know that it's super expensive in the States. It's just too expensive in the States to get certain things looked out. He said, I plan to do another consultation with Andre Strictly about medical. He said, our first consultation was amazing, and you should get one. I highly recommend it. Shout out to you, brother Aiken. I appreciate that. I really do. But I would appreciate more of us really start taking advantage of these medical opportunities, man. I kid you not. It's not expensive. It is not. It's not. And my Uncle Jeffrey got his braces a year ago. Just got them out, got taken out in June. And so when Jeffrey comes back in November, he will be getting his veneers. The same veneers that will be $22,000 in Florida. The same veneers that would be $22,000 back home in Florida. You know what? I don't know. That's a good question, Theo. That's a real good question. He said the U.S. is not even close to medical attention as Colombia and is way better. And how they treat you, man. You don't feel like you're on the Sibley line. You don't feel like they're going to kick you out tomorrow morning because they got to put somebody else in that bed. I kid you not, man. Shout out to T-Mac in the building, man. I didn't even notice T-Mac here. Shout out to you, brother. He said they left a metal object in my leg during... Come on now. This is exactly what we were talking about. Wow, T-Mac. Wow. He said my ex's uncle is a vet and retired military. He said amid, did he say amid? Let me see. Oh, the Army. He said, and the Army hospital cut off the wrong leg. And now he has no... You motherfuckers cut off the wrong... I'm already depressed because I'm losing one leg. And here y'all come to me a couple of days later. We got something we need to tell you. What y'all need to tell me? Since you already sitting down, Mr. Spence. We cut off the wrong leg. Y'all, what? Yeah, during surgery, we listened to the best of Tupac. Because some of you guys that have never been to the operating room, they listen to all type of music in the operating rooms. I've been in operating room. I was invited to an operating room. When I was a college recruiter, true story. When I was a college recruiter, one of the things that I would do to understand the careers of my students, like for a year, every month I went to a different profession to understand it. So I talked to the school about it, and they say that's a good idea, Andre. So 1 month I would go sit in a law firm to understand with my students that were doing paralegal work. I would sit with the law firm, and they would show me what paralegals actually did on a daily basis. Another one was I sat in courtrooms to understand judges and police officers for those that wanted to get into criminal justice and surveillance and all that stuff. And then one day, we had a program for surgery techs, the people that hand the utensils to the doctors, right? And so I spoke to a local hospital in Tampa about what I was doing, and they said that's a great idea. Went back to my college, told them about it. They said that's a great idea, and I got a chance to sit in on a brain surgery. So they showed me how doctors actually scrub, is the actual way that they scrub. You got to do it like this, Dre. Do it like that. You thought I was Dr. Dre. I was Dr. Dre for one day, right? I'm Dr. Dre. And I got in, and I'm not one of those people that's kind of like, oh my God, I'm not weak-minded or when I see blood. So it was cool with me. I was amazed by it. I didn't know they had a GPS, and the guy who was kind of like the technician, who was a salesperson, he was in the surgery room because he was the person that was showing them how to use it was back then, it was like that's how I've used the term, like a GPS for the brain. So they don't have to cut the whole cranium for the surgery. They knew exactly, they could look through the cranium or the skull, point to where the surgery needs to be done, and they could just cut out a small slit from the skull instead of, taking a big chunk of the cranium of the skull. And it's like a special GPS that they were introducing the people to. So the guy was explaining that to me the whole time, dude. They playing in the background Biggie. I didn't know this. They playing because when we go to surgeries, we're under anesthesia, right? Most of us. They playing Biggie, Tupac. Man, the surgery, the doctor is in the middle of brain surgery. He pop his head up. Hey, turn that up. That's my jam. Dude, you are in the now, this is, I'm a pedestrian with this thing, but I'm thinking like you are in the middle of brain surgery and you're playing Tupac. They had mixtapes. And they said, with the operating room being too quiet, that's nerve-wracking. So they play different type of music, just kind of like, it's not like it's blaring, but it's loud enough to where you could throw a party in that mother in the operating. I couldn't believe it, bro. He said, I wish they would. They do. Not I wish they would. They do, Ronan. He said, you can't sue the, I see what you're saying. They cut off the wrong leg. He said, you can sue the Army. We are a military service member. That's crazy. Native Son is in the building. He says this. Shout out to Native Son. He said, agree, Dre. He said, medical care is exactly like that overseas, not the assembly line like you mentioned. True. That's crazy, T-Mac, that they left that piece of metal in your body. And they had to come back. I hope they came back to get it taken out, but goodness gracious. Let's continue on, gentlemen.
In Albania, what a root canal would be for them, it was around $100. So I messed up. I spent bad money in America.
The 3 best countries for medical tourism, and each has their own specialties. Options in the US or Canada are wait years for care or go $1 million into debt. The options I'll show you practically eliminate the personal indignity of inflation. The second most popular global destination for medical tourism is Mexico, with standard dental procedures 70% less than the US for crowns, dentures, and implants. Patients Beyond Borders compiled a list of medical centers in good standing for Mexico and beyond.
And I hadn't realized until that point that healthcare in the UK was completely free.
That's just devastating to me. I mean, I can't say that I have worried about calling 911 or an ambulance on somebody. I mean, I think I have that I would say I'd have that privilege where I would call an ambulance. I would call like the fire department or whomever, a hospital. But the fact that was her immediate reaction. I mean, maybe, John, my first reaction would be, let's get an Uber.
Yeah, it's weird. I've had that conversation. Like, I've been a part of that conversation back at college, like a million years ago. It's probably even more expensive now than it was then. But yeah, that's a very real concern. And not just the general healthcare thing, but specifically the ambulance. I know everybody thought like it was actually kind of a deterrent sometimes to going harder, because you knew that would financially break you if you needed to call that. And it's such a weird way to live. And again, it's another thing that we have just been trained to accept as normal, that other advanced countries can do better, but so many of us have no expectation that our country should ever be as good as them.
Yeah, there's two more, but this one I really, really like. So here is someone talking about the criminal justice system and just like a fun little thought exercise that I think a lot of Americans, we all engage in. Take a look.
I'm an American. I've been living in Europe for about 10 years. I first moved here when I was 23. I moved to Paris without knowing a soul. I had this French boyfriend. I remember there was one time, I think I was with his family, and I said something like, oh, if I could choose any meal for my last meal when if I'm ever on death row, this is the meal I would choose. Like, what would you choose? And it was like, no one had ever had this thought experiment before. In fact, my boyfriend turned to me and he was like, that's the most American sentence I've ever heard. And I totally didn't get why. I had no concept that the death penalty just did not exist anymore in other places.
Yeah, except haven't you seen The Green Mile? Come on, people, Oscar nominated. Probably a lot of winners as well. Anyway, yeah, the last meal on death row is very morbidly specific to the United States. Yeah. Very specific. But the idea of a last meal on Earth, that I think everyone has thought about.
Yeah, I do feel like I get they're not having to think about incarceration the way that we do and capital punishment and all that, but free your mind creatively. You've never thought about the last whatever you would do. There are other ways to die than lethal injection. Start to plan ahead. You never know.
No, but it is true though. It's like an incredible, you do get a last meal. That's something that, people who are about to be put to death by the state, which again, what are we, one of 3 countries that still does this?
The 3 most luxurious prisons in the world. The last one will blow your mind.
Remember we looked at this before? Let's check it out again.
Number 3, Bastøy Prison, Norway. Located on Bastøy Island, this prison offers its 115 inmates amenities such as cottages, saunas, and tennis courts. Inmates enjoy working on the prison farm and partake in horseback riding.
Come on, this is prison. It's supposed to be torture. They got horseback riding.
Philosophy here focuses on rehabilitation through humane treatment. With a reoffending rate of only 16%, it's one of the most successful in the world. Number 2, HMP Adderwell, Scotland. This prison treats its 700 inmates with an emphasis on personal development and education. Each cell is equipped with a private shower and flat-screen TV. Inmates have access to a gym, library, and various educational programs. The prison's approach has been linked to lower reoffending rates, highlighting its success. Number 1, Justice Center Leoben, Austria. Designed to house 205 inmates, this prison offers single cells with ensuite bathrooms and kitchenettes.
A kitchenette and an ensuite bathroom in prison.
Architecture is modern and transparent, promoting a sense of openness and trust. Inmates have access to sports facilities, a gym, and communal areas. This luxurious environment aims to encourage rehabilitation and respect for the law.
Until your court date, this is gonna be your state, aka the jail. Hey man, I didn't do it, bro. I didn't do that. Follow me. I didn't do it. This jail right here? Yes, this is jail. What do you mean? Since when was there a fountain in a jail? There's always been fountains in jail. But wait, weren't you saying you weren't the one that did it? Oh no, yeah, I did it. Yeah, I did it. Yeah, I was just joking around. You know what I'm saying? Seeing where y'all minds was at. Shout out to that police officer.
He said, shout out to the police officer that captured me.
This may look like a 5-star hotel, but it's actually a prison in Norway. So this man right here was convicted of killing someone, and this is his cell block, which comes with a full kitchen, a big screen TV, and even his own laundry room. He even gets a key to his own cell.
Come on now. This man get a key to the cell?
The only rule is that he has to stay there overnight, but the rest of the time he can leave whenever he wants. Inmates also have a regular work week where they work a variety of different jobs from car mechanics to graphic designers. And after work, they can play in one of the badminton, football, or basketball courts. And they do get the weekends off where they can invite their families to stay in a house like this one. And
they get the weekends off and invite their family to an Airbnb.
the reason this prison treats inmates so well is because their goal is to turn criminals into good people.
I want to meet prisoners.
Yeah, you want to meet prisoners?
Yeah.
You're meeting one now.
You're a prisoner dressed like this?
Yes.
Welcome to the Norwegian prison system, based on the principle of rehabilitation, not revenge.
So this is the house, and in here is the...
You get a house? You get a house in Norway if you...
living room. It's a nice, okay view. And this is my room. It's pretty okay.
We watch TV, we can play bicycle, running, swimming, fishing.
Wait a minute, what do you mean swimming? You can swim to the other side?
That is not allowed. From another side you can swim here, but you cannot swim from here to the other side. Because they call escape.
Man, P. Diddy and R. Kelly did it wrong. P. Diddy and R. Kelly picked the wrong countries. Yes, they're criminals, but criminals in the wrong country. Man, I'm mad. Could you imagine me doing my 10-year bit in Norway? In a house? 10 years in the feds in Norway compared to the 10 years I did in the state. Get the... For real, can I get a transfer? That's right, Black.
You're in prison for murder.
Yeah.
You killed somebody.
Yeah.
I can't help but notice that right behind you are a whole bunch of very sharp knives.
Yeah. Yes.
Nobody here is worried about that, or
no?
Should I be worried about that?
No.
To say nothing of like so many things like last minute plans, your life not being based around your work. In other countries, people are so much chiller. Like, it's not, you never open a conversation with, hey, what do you do? It's like, what do you do? What do you mean? I breathe air, I eat food, get off my sack.
Yeah, I've never had a problem with that. I think a person's like chosen career is a big part of their life. I don't think it has to be unhealthy, but yeah, it's been forever since I spent significant time abroad, so it's hard for me to even remember. But yeah, the food culture, very different. Obviously, work-life balance, very different.
If you're looking to move abroad, these are 7 countries that have the best work-life balance. The Netherlands is known for their work-life balance, and a lot of companies work either 4 days a week or under 30 hours a week. Denmark has coined the term flexicurity, which is job flexibility and job stability. They prioritize being with your family, they prioritize leisure time, and they know that if you're taking care of yourself and your family outside of work, you'll show up to work better. Norway pays 100% for up to 49 weeks of parental leave. There's 10 to 15 days public holiday and a standard of 5 weeks paid vacation.
When I lived in the US, I only had 14 vacation days per year, and I was unofficially on call at my job all the time. So I was shocked when I moved to Europe, Germany specifically, and suddenly had 30 days and no one calling or writing me outside of business hours. What's work-life balance like for other Europeans?
We're still working too much. I work 8 hours, 5 days a week.
For my parents, it's almost more work than life balance. I wish to not turn out that way. I get home early compared to everyone else. At like 1 or 2, I have time to go shopping. I feel like I have a good balance.
I feel like Albanians prioritize more the social life. I've seen both extreme ways, like people who do manage to get a lot of free time, but also people who work during the weekends and, check their phone all the time.
What's it like where you live?
In Vietnam, you can work less but live more. What do I mean by this? In Vietnam, they value you spending time with your friends. They value you taking a break and actually being able to enjoy yourself, being able to enjoy the coffee, being able to enjoy, if you have a family, like family time is very important here. being able to actually, work hard, but take time to really have your body get a rest and rejuvenate for the next shift, and the next day. Vietnam is also a place where...
So in a surprise twist, it looks like Chick-fil-A is no longer the #1 fast food chain in America, according to a poll by USA Today. And who is? Del Taco. It's finally time.
Do you know, I don't even know what a Del Taco is. I've never heard of this place before, other than when we talk about it on this channel. I've never seen a Del Taco. I don't know what Captain D is. What's a Captain D? All the rest of them I know, In-N-Out and Chick-fil-A and Arby's and Hardee's. But I don't know what a Captain D's is at number 6, and Del Tacos. I think we talked about that before, but he said that's all poison. Oh, Captain D is Ohio. Okay. Shout out to DJ Davis once again. He said, yeah, the vacation time that you get for the average American job is about 2 weeks a year. He said, that's not enough for me to get surgery and or teeth cleaning and recover. This is true. He said, got to be back to that stupid job. It's a seafood spot. Okay. Yeah, Necro says, shout out to Necro in the building. Necro says that as well. Poison. That food is poison. These countries that value traditions and family. Yeah, that's why Colombia has a lot, because Colombians work a lot of hours. They work 6 days a week. And even though their Saturday is a short day, they still work a lot of hours, but they get a lot of vacation time and a lot of holidays. He said, I don't want it no more. He said, I'll take what I grow. That's right, brother. Thank you. I feel you on that one. Have your own produced food.
Everybody who made fun of us when we said we preferred Del Taco to Taco Bell. Now, Taco Bell has come up in the last few years. It's definitely caught up. I love Taco Bell now, but I've always been team Del Taco, and everybody was just like, Del Taco's trash. Del Taco, it's all about Taco Bell. Del Taco, who even eats there? Me. Okay? I'm super basic there. Hard shell grilled chicken taco with all the hot sauce and all the, the special sauce. I don't like calling anything special sauce, but that is the move. And according to USA Today, it's on top.
America's food is banned in 30 countries. The food is killing people. Oh yeah, it's definitely killing people. If somebody were to buy a bag of Lay's potato chips versus buying it in Europe and look at the ingredients, they're totally different. They will make the healthier version for another country. There's over 10,000 food chemicals that are allowed in the American population or food system that aren't allowed in other countries. It makes it easier for food companies, gives them longer shelf life because they're putting so many chemicals in it. So anytime we lobby for healthier food choices in our school systems, in our neighborhoods, the food industry is going right behind them with billions and millions of dollars saying, no, we can't do that.
There's a lot of bad stuff about like TikTok and everything, but I like this trend.
Oh, I love. I mean, my latest thing is like moms and dads who are raising kids abroad, and they're comparing how like baby friendly and kid friendly other countries are compared to this country. And I'm like, thank you. Yes, there should be beer in the park. Hello. But I also think it's really interesting to like Americans. Yeah. Do you think that like Trump voters know we're not the greatest country?
You know what? Chill. Man, I thought I was the only one for a minute that noticed that. Now, I'm not a Dorito snacker all the time type of dude, but you ain't never lied, bro. When I first taste how light and flaky Doritos were in Colombia, I knew something was completely, outside the box. Everything about it, outside the bag, everything about it is completely different. Just Doritos, man. just Doritos, you just notice like this is flaky like pie crust. You like this is flaky like pie crust. This is it doesn't thank you, Chaos. Yeah, completely different, man. You like this Doritos? Is this how they supposed to taste? Yeah, you don't. Yep. Yeah. I kid you not. You definitely notice it, man. When you guys come to Colombia, man, you just get a bag of Doritos. A small bag. If you're not a Dorito eater, just to see the difference. You like, man, I could tell the difference in ingredients. And the part that gets, like I keep saying, that probably frustrates me the most is our American brands, our country's brands, with the headquarters in our country, keeps the unhealthy versions in the States, and the healthy versions of their foods they ship to other countries. He said food so much healthier. He said it's easier to lose weight. So true. So true. Let's finish off the last of the video.
Do you think like deep down they know, or they've been trained to like the trash and the violence and the awfulness and the sickness and the expensive ambulance rides, because it's like they've been told that if they criticize it, or, you know, that they are suddenly like they're a traitor?
Yeah, I think that there's definitely a part of that. I mean, look, obviously they will criticize America when a Democrat is in charge. So there are things that they can identify that are bad, but it's also, we've probably talked about this. There was an old Al Franken book where, I think it was Al Franken, where he talked about love for your country and how liberals and conservatives do it different. And he used an analogy to like your mom having like a drinking problem. Like a lib loves their mom, so they do an intervention. They try to help her with her problem. A conservative loves their mom by saying, how dare you say my mom has a problem? Right. Like, it is a problem. You should do something about it. I think that they would identify those things, but they also, they love the idea that basically conservatives love anything that makes them automatically superior without effort. And the fact that you were born into the best country in the world, they love the idea of that. And they
Good point, Necro. I like that.
Don't want to give up that concept.
Let me give you a statistics that is staggering. 57% of Americans do not have $1,000 to use for an emergency expense, which means that if you have $1,000 in your bank account, you're in the top 33% of America. That's how much it takes to be in the top 33%. Most people spend money on stupid shit. If you actually care about your freedom, keep in mind that as an American, you are in the best place to become free the quickest. I live in one of the most expensive areas in America. No, it's not California, it's Northern Virginia. Look at the statistics. If you're California, stop bothering me, ok? Cazzo, avete proprio rotto I coglioni. My cost of living here, including everything, is around $25,000 a year, which basically proves that if you make $40K a year, an entry-level salary in my area, even after tax, you'll be able to save money, and more than the typical 5% of your income. Considering that your income will go higher with the time, you'll be surprised by how much you can accumulate in this country. If you actually learn how to use that money, for example, leveraging with real estate or stocks or whatever, you'll be surprised how quick the money can grow. The first step is to get in the top 33% of people by simply saving $1,000. And don't tell me that saving $1,000 is difficult. Really look within, because I'm pretty sure that all of you have expenses that don't make fucking sense. I still do. I'm a foodie, but I also cook. So I spend an unnecessary amount of money on, let's say, special groceries. But that is a knowing choice I make because I like food. And you have some stupid expenses too that are also detrimental to your life. Do you really need subscription to 5 different movie services? The house in front of me, which is worth 40 grand, has a $30,000 Kia parked in front of it. That is a perfect example of what I just described. Broke people buying new cars. Guys, I own multiple houses. My daily driver is a 2008 car that I actually got for free and I fixed it up. Preferences, guys, preferences. And keep in mind you're in the best place to become financially free if you really want to. Peace.
If the US offered you $1 million to move back and stay in the US for the rest of your life, would you take it?
1 million? No.
2 million?
No, not for the rest of my life.
3 million?
Huh?
3 million?
No.
10 million?
Not for the rest of my life, no.
15 million?
No.
25 million?
No.
50 million?
No.
75 million.
No, like, I really value my freedom, but I mean, if you came with, if you, like, I really, like, honest to God, like, if I think about how much life I have and how much I enjoy the world, no, life's great. Like I wouldn't, to be just in the United States for the rest of my life, I don't think I would be happy if I had to spend my whole life. Like, I love it. I love the United States. I love America. Like, if you're like, hey, spend 8 months and you're gonna buy me 150 mil, I'm taking it. Like, I love America, but the rest of my life, hell no. Like, no.
You sure?
100% sure. On my children.
There we go. There we go. Yeah, Jabril, man, was the first motivator for me to come to Colombia. He was the one that dropped the first Colombian video that I saw that caused me to kind of like reach out to my Colombian friends in Florida, and they told me about their country, and that's when I met Ace and I came on down. Yeah, he's doing great things in Africa, man. DJ says it doesn't matter because that they will find a way to tax it. Yep, if you had the 75 million, they're gonna find a way to tax it and have you with less than than what they gave you. So true. He say, nope, I will not value. He say, nope, I will not. I will value freedom and peace. Absolutely correct. Spoken like a true passport king. Absolutely. He say, he's just like my brother said. He said, they're going to take half of that money anyway. Yeah, passport heavy, the Fire Channel. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. I know we've been here almost 5 hours, guys. Appreciate you guys being with your boy for 5 hours. I will be seeing you guys. Do we got any movies for tomorrow night? We got some movies for tomorrow. Let's see. We got tomorrow's movie night over on Rumble. We got Crooklyn. We've got we got More Better Blues tomorrow. So tomorrow we're doing More Better Blues, and we're going to be doing, there's another one I want. Oh, Boss Nigga with Fred Williamson. It's a Western. So we're gonna do we ain't got too many good black brothers Westerns out there like we should. And so we're gonna be watching Boss Nigga, the Western, and we're gonna be watching More Better Blues on Rumble. So I'll be sharing that link. So if you guys want to join us on Rumble, you can. And we're gonna have a good movie night. Shout out to all you guys. Shout out to class 6, class 7. We got class tomorrow at 2:00. Shout out to you, gentlemen. Appreciate you all. Let's go. You said No Better Blues. The classics are out there. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Then we're going to get back to watching some of our Kung Fu movies as well. Shout out to all you gentlemen. Glad that you guys are here. Let's showcase our new outro one more time. This week, we'll show the new outro. Yes, sir. And then we'll hit it with a cowgirl outro. But let's enjoy the new one first.
Vamos a bailar.
Did I? Let's pause this. Did I miss a super chat? I don't. Thanks, Zeta. Oh, there we go. Zeta, I did miss yours. Zeta says the U.S. motto is you will own nothing, work. You better be happy about it. You better be happy about it. He said you will own nothing, work, and be happy. You better be happy about it. Shout out to Zeta with the $2 love. Let me make sure I didn't miss anybody on the Cash App because I don't want to do you guys wrong either in regards to that as well. Doesn't look like I missed anyone. Looks like I got everybody thus far. Yep, I got Gary. Yep. Shout out to you guys and shout out to my man Kevin Crawford. Shout out to you, brother. And now let's go. Enjoy the outro.
Vamos a bailar. Sandunguera. Guarachera, vamos a bailar. Ay, la sala está llena de gente, cuerpos sudorosos acá. La pista está hirviendo, pero te destaca mamá, brillando como una estrella. Mira qué bonita está. Escucha el coro, mamita, que te voy a dar. Sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar, vamos a bailar. Guarachera, vamos a bailar. Ay, siempre un paso para adelante, después un paso para atrás. Ahora te suelto, mamita, muévete con el ritmo que va. Sandunguera, te estoy llamando, mira qué bonita estás. Escucha el coro de nuevo, que te voy a dar. Sandunguera, sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. Vamos a bailar, vamos a gozar. Sandunguera, guarachera, vamos a bailar. Ay, sandunguera linda, vamos a bailar tú y yo. Ay, qué sabroso. Vamos a bailar, mi nena linda, vamos a gozar. Vamos a gozar. Muévete, sandunguera, vamos a guarachar. Ay, repítelo. Vamos a bailar, mi nena linda, vamos a gozar. Ay, vamos a guarachar, mamá. Sandunguera, vamos a guarachar. Oye, mira, mami, vamos a gozar, vamos a bailar. Vamos a gozar. Juntos tú y yo en la pista, mami. Vamos a guarachar. Ahora vamos a gozar. Ay, esa cosa que me hiciste, mami, me gustó. Vamos a guarachar. Muévete bien, chiquita. Vamos a gozar. Mueve tu cuerpo y tu cinturita. Vamos a guarachar. Oye, el ritmo te está llamando ahora. Vamos a gozar. Este ritmo es para guarachar, señora. Vamos a guarachar. Ay, camina con el mambo ahí. Vamos a gozar, si mamá guerrera oye Lola. Vamos a guarachar, vamos a guarachar, vamos a bailar, vamos a gozar. Ay, qué rico está, qué rico. Vamos a guarachar. Sí, sabroso, qué rico está. Vamos a gozar.
I could take a break from this world.